Check Chuffy 1. Check Chuffy 1 2. Hi, you always super chuffer. I'm Scott. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear. We're in mono. Hello everyone in chat. We've got Lottie, we've got Jigsy Wigsy, What the Hen, Michael, Jackie Rice, Sam, Evian Lane, Keely, Alison, Lizzie Bell, Josh, What the Hen, Audrey, big ups Audrey, Jackie, Michael, Curious Cat, Dover and Dolly's mom, Rachel. There's quite a lot of you. All good in the hood. Busy day today, isn't it? Busy day today. Nicola, Bulley, Inquest. If you're watching this on demand, if you're watching this now even, give me a minute. All right? I'm going to do a little bit of talking, a little bit of housekeeping, a little bit of making my reefer before we get started. It's been a bit of a long day of trying to take everything in. We've got this other thing juggling ball up in the air as well with Angry Alan. To the best of my knowledge, Alan Vinicum is not a paedophile. We've got that video that has been taken down. I'll tell you about it. It's not been taken down forever. I've appealed it. I'll tell you about it in a second. We'll talk about it as well a little bit and look at it again. I'm the super chuffer. Okay, I'm the super chuffer. Today's a big day, the Nicola Bulley Inquest, so I think it's important that you have your say. I think a lot of people want to have their say. So I'm going to paste this into chat and I'm going to keep pasting it in periodically. Oh, I forgot my tippies as well. Coffee.com. Your page. I'll have to put an appropriate tippies link, an appropriate tippies thing. If you want to send, this is why I said give me a minute at the start, right? We'll do a little bit of housekeeping. If you want to send me a speak pipe message, like that.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Jackie. I've got to change this image because it's not appropriate.
20 hugs.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you. Just give me, see what I mean about housekeeping. I'm a bit discombobulated today, not least because I didn't take my antidepressants again last night and really pushed it, which is good because I'm getting off, feeling better. But physically I feel worse. So it's not about me today anyway. I'm irrelevant. What I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to change that picture first because I feel it's inappropriate. So give me 1 second. Buttons and widgets, stream alerts. This one, GIFs. I want to change it to something more appropriate. I don't know what is appropriate. I don't know what is appropriate. Really? What do you think's appropriate? In chat, what's an appropriate sort of image for this today? Got no idea. I've got no idea what's an appropriate image for the Nicola Bulley injustice. Okay, I've got one. Right, so that's that sorted. We've already got a couple of old messages. They're inappropriate now, but if you want to put a new message to me, you can literally what the speak pipe is, right? The way this works is you can do it on your phone, you can do it on your big up stargazing, you can do it on your phone, you can do it on your computer, you can send me a message if you've got a microphone, your phone's got one. You just talk into it about 30 seconds. Don't make it too long. But if you've got something you really want to get off your chest, send it while we're live and I will play it live without checking it. Be gracious because it's Nicola Bulley's, just in no justice for Nicola Bulley episode, so be gracious. Thanks, Acoustic Gymnastics. I'm assuming you're the best. You're the best one. I'll be the second best one. Let me do my little bit of housekeeping first then, before we get started. Because we are going to move on to the Nicola Bulley Inquest, of course. I want your voices. I want what you think about it. So I'll put that out there at the start. I will keep putting that into chat as we go. If anyone comes in a little bit late, they're going to, what's that? Oh, what's that? There's the thing. Okay, I'll keep posting that. A little bit of housekeeping first, of course. I have no direct evidence that Alan Vinicum is a paedophile. I'm not saying Alan Vinicum is a paedophile. To the best of my knowledge, Alan Vinicum is not a paedophile. Right, I'll be careful now because The reason that the video that I put up yesterday got flagged was from these duets with Alan and the children. Now, it's interesting that I've got flagged for a community guideline, and I appealed it. It's about child safety. So whoever's, because this hasn't happened automatically. Okay, this video has been up for a while. It's been up on other channels. This has happened because someone's complained about the video that we dropped yesterday. The video of Alan Vinicum singing duets with children on Smule. Sorry, let me get that completely clear. Children singing duets with Alan Vinicum. He didn't solicit them. I say it in this video. We'll play it now. He didn't solicit them. I say it in this video. The actual duets, I think, are what's the problem. Because child safety has been flagged. Somebody has gone and flagged the video that I made to try and protect children from predators online. I made a video to try and protect children from predators online. Someone's gone and flagged that video, right? Someone's gone and flagged it for child safety, saying that I'm the sexual predator. I want you in chat to understand this. This is incredibly important. Somebody has flagged me on the internet for child safety. Me. An independent person, or Alan himself, has gone onto YouTube, pressed on the video, they've pressed report, and they've chosen child safety out of this sexual content. Child safety. How on earth have you done that? Why on earth have you done that? Who are you that's doing that? That's disgusting. To protect children from potential predators, you've decided to flag my video where I call out the practice of stalking children on apps like Smule. It's unbelievable that someone would do that, but they have. Trick. These videos are very real and all publicly available through Smule. Smule is a karaoke app. When I saw those videos, people are going to say, oh, what, Nicola Bulley priority, Nicola Bulley first, oh, Scott's thinking about himself. You know, the reason I've dropped this today is because there's more views than any other time on this channel and Alan's channel about the Nicola Bulley inquest. And I don't think Alan should be representing Nicola Bulley's children in this public sphere in the way he purports to. I think it's absolutely disgusting. I think he needs to back away. And I think his bullying me on the internet is not going to help him. His taking things to a strange other level. His lies. Somebody's accused me of child safety offence on YouTube. That's incredibly serious. To do that to me does, for me, on my streaming show, require direct dealing with it. I'm not going to pretend and hide. No, maybe we'll say it at the end. This goes at the start. If you're watching elsewhere and you want to skip on, you can skip on to the Nicola Bulley bit. But this is quite important to me, so please understand that. My stomach dropped. This looks very bad for Alan Vinicum. Of course, I'm not going to broadcast now on this channel those videos of Alan with the children. But if you want to see those videos of children singing with Alan Vinicum, here's the link. It's all on other channels. The videos will keep going up. Alan can never stop them from being on the internet, even if he flags and flags and flags, and if YouTube, because obviously I've appealed it. I'll appeal and appeal and appeal. But these videos exist on his Smule account, they exist on the internet, and now they exist on YouTube, they will exist on Rumble, they will exist on other platforms. This video will not go away. Doesn't matter what Alan does. Okay? These are facts. I blurred out the children for their safety. So the children are not in these videos. You can't even see a child in this image. Okay? You know there's one there. He didn't address the weird Facebook message. No, Keely, you're right. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. I just want you all to know that I'm not going to be cowed and bullied by this man when it comes to the protection of children on the internet. I just won't. To the best of my knowledge, Alan Vinicum is not a paedophile. Paedophiles use websites, children's websites like Club Penguin, to groom children. They often set up fake accounts using material that children would find attractive. Chicken nuggets on Facebook, cartoon characters on TikTok, a song that kids enjoy. This is where we got the problems, isn't it? Someone's flagged this. So I'm not saying he's a paedophile. I'm saying he's using the app, and I'm really careful to do it here. I'm saying he's really careful. Off by
I couldn't be happier.
JJ sent tippies. I'm absolutely stunned. You are the best YouTube channel, and you know your stuff. Big love,
Thank you, JJ. Thank you. We will get on to the Nicola Bulley inquest.
3 hugs.
Give me a minute just to make this clear to everyone, because Alan's telling lies about me in the public forum as well. Alan is also telling these other strange lies, which we will get to. He said that Super Chuffer is frightening my young family. He doesn't have a young family. He lives on his own. I've not contacted his family. In the episode yesterday, you know, because you were all there, I said, leave the families out of this. Don't come near mine. Okay? And in his episode today on his YouTube channel, I watched it. Somebody else is clipping it for me. Alan has told a lie that I said things about his daughter or contacted his daughter. He's told a lie again. And we've got him saying that now. We've clipped that. That's a fact that he's done that. I find that very strange to accuse me of contacting his daughter. His daughter's probably the same age as me, if not older. It's not like some kid. But I think it's very strange to accuse me of contacting his daughter. Very strange. TB2, hello Val, yours is still up. I think I know. Yeah, it would be Alan and his spanners. No one else cares to do this to protect Alan.
It's raining again. I
Do they?
couldn't be
Slinky
happier.
socks
No one else
sent
wants to
tippies.
protect someone who
We got
potentially
your
could
back,
be...
Chuffer XXX. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you, Slinky Socks. You know, people will be watching his show, clipping the things he says about me. They're all lies. We need, for me, I'm prepared now to take him to court because he's told the internet that I'm doing weird things behind the scenes. So why wouldn't I take him to court? Like, it's just insane. I'm surprised that his response was to lie about me. I knew he would make up weird lies about me, but I'm surprised that he would make up weird lies like that. Because, of course, everyone knows what I've been doing behind the scenes. You know? Everyone knows what I've been doing behind the scenes. When I say everyone, a lot of the imps. I've not been operating strange and alone. So, who's Larry? I don't know. I don't know who Larry is. He might be drunk. He's not pressing charges. The police have not come to contact me. The police will not be interested in what he's got to say because he's got nothing to say. So it's very strange to be attacking me for child safety. It's disgusting because the video I've made is about protecting children. Born here a year ago at primary school level. It was what kind of person would want to remove information off the internet about protecting children because it makes them look bad? Oh, the people that make them look bad. Oh, I see. It's where children could lip sync to their favourite songs. On Smule, there are several accounts duetting with children from Asia. I don't know what their objective is, but I know for damn sure that if it was my account, I'd have deleted or blocked access to children. Thank you very much, KO, for the 199. Do you know what? I'll be honest with you, everyone here. I'll be really honest. I feel quite sad today. I don't want to do the Nicola Bulley inquest today. Not because of this bollocks with Alan, but because the Nicola Bulley inquest is a load of bollocks itself, isn't it? You know? You can send your messages to me. I'll tell you what, I feel sad. There is no justice. It's a load of bollocks. We'll get to that, of course. We'll pick it apart. We're going to have weeks of it. It's not going to be overnight. No. For me, I don't want it to be a fast reaction. I saw this thing on Twitter and someone said in the inquest this and now this. Calm the fuck down, you dickheads. Not you in chat, but you know what I mean? Calm down. This is Nicola's life. She's died. Her children have got to live with this. Now, it's not some exciting flurry of activity. Some people think it's their best chance for 1 million views. You know, some people think it's their peak. I wasn't even keen. You all know I wasn't keen to come on today. I could have come on earlier. I watched things.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Stargazing sent tippies.
Thank you.
He is making up lies. But someone in chat last night said that a troll might be his daughter.
Yeah, true.
Then someone said, what if Scott ended up married to her? That's what he's clung onto and made something out of nothing.
Maybe so, yeah. Maybe so.
Super
I actually
Chuffer owes
talked.
3 hugs.
You know what, actually, you're right. I did talk to his daughter, didn't I, through the camera? I said, if your daughter is watching, this is what I would say to her. I didn't talk to her directly. You know, and I think that's a misinterpretation of the truth. The sort of thing that liar would do. You know, someone in chat said, oh, his daughter might be watching. And I said, well, if his daughter is watching, this is what I would say to her. I'm your daddy now. Didn't I? I said, you don't have to put up with his bollocks and his nonsense. You've had to deal with it all your life. Time to step away from that nasty man. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's that. Thank you for the tippies. Yeah, I need an image from the media about Nicola Bulley's inquest. Just like, I wasn't going to use the mainstream media today, but I need an image for it, don't I? You know, notice how it's not even mainstream top news. So, you know, this is what's been going on all day in the news. We've been able to... You've all followed it. I don't think I need to come here to tell you what it said in the inquest, do I? You don't need me as the font of knowledge here. You all know. Right? Yes, Slinky Socks, he reported on his community page that he reported me. He can make as many reports as he wants, but, you know, that's going in the box of evidence against him. Like malicious communications, you know, reporting someone to the police. Yeah. And what we're reporting me to the police for, sorry, I need to get back to this. We will talk about Nicola today. I wanted to explain, it's made me upset. I come here today in front of you, supposedly as a team leader to, you know, wave a flag and cry injustice, to fight the power, and instead I just feel upset about it. I remember being young and kicking against the pricks and being taught when to fight and when to gather strength. And this is not a moment to fight. There is no counter to this inquest. It's a sad day. The main thing is it's a sad day. Yeah, Paula needs to speak tomorrow. Good point.
I couldn't be happier.
Swish, and then whoosh.
Silver Moon sent
Thank you,
tippies.
Silver Moon.
Hey sweetheart, of rest and do it tomorrow. Now I
Yeah.
could feel something was wrong. Looked for you all day, knew something wrong.
Well, it is wrong,
Super
isn't it?
Chuffer owes 20 hugs.
Thank you. That's quite a generous donation. Thank you. It is wrong though, isn't it? You know it. You all know it. Like you've been seeing it over the last few weeks. It's been kind of exciting at times. We found something. Oh, a criminal case. We lose a bit of distance from the reality of what's happened, and we're lucky that it's not happened to us directly, so we can talk about it without feeling that initial sting. But today has not been that day. Not for me anyway. I mean, I feel like I might cry now. It's not been that day. It's been the day, like her family went and sat in that room and had to listen to this awful stuff. And whether they believe it or not, they have to take that now and try and accept it, which is almost like a form of abuse, in my opinion. A form of abuse that the state has inflicted upon them through their own ineptitude and desire to create a public image for themselves. I really don't like it. You know, it doesn't make me feel good. And the idea that I should now go on the internet and get my biggest views ever for doing, it's the inquest day, yes, it's like Christmas.
raining again.
That's
I
not how I
couldn't
feel.
Subi sent tippies.
And then whoosh.
Hello from Philadelphia.
Thank you.
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Philadelphia, wow. We're talking America, that's miles away, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you, sorry, yeah. Yeah, so I hope you all understand where I'm coming from, my emotional...
I couldn't be happier.
Stargazing sent
Thank you.
tippies.
Whoosh.
I'd bet all the chocolate Alpro in the world that he hasn't and won't go to the police.
Oh, of course not.
He's trying to scare you into shutting up.
Yeah, it's bluff. Alan's all bluff.
Chin up, Scotty, we
Do you know
see
what?
UX.
Let's
Super
do the-
Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Let's do the Alan bit now and let's not talk about it for the rest of the episode because it's not as important as this other stuff. Like me feeling like someone is threatening me is at the bottom of my list. Like, I don't care about that at all. Me feeling that someone is threatening the protection of children by using the protection of children as leverage against that's disgusting. To report me for child safety is fucking horrific when you consider that my actions were to try and protect children. That's something else. So that does make me upset. But it's not for me. It's for the system that we have, that I could upload a video on YouTube to try and protect children and that someone could take it down under the guise of child safety. I think that's frustrating. Imagine the amount of things that we've not seen in the media because people have been able to shut them up. You know, I just don't think that's very good. So we'll deal with the Alan stuff first so I can get it out of the way and under the bridge for me. Because it's about Nicola tonight, really.
Ian sent tippies.
And then whoosh.
Lots of hugs, Chuffer. You've done your bit to raise awareness. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Tell you something else as well. I can get thrown off the internet completely if you want. You can take my YouTube channels down. It doesn't mean I'm going to stop telling you the truth. Doesn't mean that I'm going to stop. You know, I'll go on if the worst case scenario is that I have to go on a different site and start telling the truth there. If I have to spray paint it to the bridge down the road, like, you know, no one is going to stop me from telling the truth. You know, no one's going to stop me from telling the truth. Not even Alan and his strange malicious campaign. For fear this could make me look in some way like I was auditioning. Oh, I've got to be careful of the pictures of the kids, haven't I? Because that's what has been flagged. Maybe need to do more to protect people like Alan Vinicum. And listen to what I say. The app is making Alan Vinicum look bad. Alan Vinicum is not a paedophile. To the best of my knowledge, Alan Vinicum is not a paedophile. I have no direct evidence that Alan Vinicum is a
Colombo
paedophile.
4711 cent tippies. Typical narcissistic behavior, Scott.
True.
Reverse the accusation and blame someone else in this case, Bully. I'm glad to see you online today. Please don't let this terrible man drag you down. Is not going as we hoped. It needed to be done last night. I think we all expected it in some way. We are behind you 100%. Overall, I'm happy to have summed us to this Monday, Scott. Super Chuffer owes 20 hugs. Red heart.
Thanks.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I'm just going to reiterate those because they said them over the top of each other, which is confusing for me. Typical narcissistic behaviour, true. Reverse the accusation, blame someone else, yes. Bully me, yes. Please don't let this damn man drag me down. It's not that I feel bullied that I'm upset. It's that I feel the systems that are in place to protect the innocent are not protecting them. I don't feel like I'm under threat, and I don't feel personally like I'm hurt. It's the innocent people. It's the kids. It's Nicola Bulley's kids. It's using Nicola Bulley's memory to leverage for your own show. You know, it's all that. And I feel in that climate and context, I feel almost like a disgusting grifter myself coming on and saying, it's Inquest Day. It's the Christmas I've been waiting for. Here come my tippies and my monies and my, view count. I don't like it. I'd rather do it later when it's calmed down so that I don't look like I'm trying to profit off the demise. But yeah, I have to do it now. I have to be online now. Thank you for the tippies there. And thank you, PMG Kid. I'm glad to see you online today. I know things are not going as hoped. I think we all expected it in some way. Overall, I'm happy to have some dust. Yeah, this is a space for us to talk and share. And I feel today is more about feelings and your thoughts, which is why I'm going to reiterate. We've got the speak pipe. I'll be opening that up and hoping. You don't have to. If no one wants to talk, that's fine. But if anyone's got things they want to get off their chest.
Someone sent tippies. Sorry it takes so long to send a tip pie that the subject has moved on. The end point in my last message was we see you look sad. We understand why injustice in any form we've got you X. I'll shut up now lol.
Don't have to shut up, it's fine.
Super
I'm gratefully
owes 10
accepting
hugs.
tippies, yes, thank you. If you really got something to get off your chest, like I say, speak pipe me and then I'll put it on this, you hear your voice on the show. And I think everyone else, if I feel like I'm upset by the process, it's the process and the outcome. The outcome isn't finished yet, but upset by the process. I'm sure other people do too. And I think about all the other people out there that want to have their say, and I see it on social media today. So I think today I want to try and give it more over to you. We'll look through the inquest and we'll go through it, of course. But I really kind of want to hand it over to you as well and give you the opportunity as well to have your say. Looks very bad for Alan Vinicum. I'm worried for Alan Vinicum. Worried because Alan Vinicum has links to Thailand. He's holidayed there. It looks like he had a lot of fun. I haven't been to Thailand. I'm worried because more recently, Alan Vinicum has been using the services of a set. So this set designer made him this dread on the internet.
Whoa.
And this is what he's really concerned with that he wants us to take down that was in his show the other day. And this is not anything to do with child safety. But it might be.
Curious Cat sent tippies. Just for being you. Us MIMPs have your back.
Thanks.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I wasn't going to tell you something else as well. This wasn't going to be on my main channel. This all went on the B-side channel. I don't want to use my main channel as a personal battleground. That's not what this is for. But this is taken to another level because I have been accused of endangering child safety on the internet by people who want to see this hidden. So I think it's important you see it. And in the context of what we're doing today, the Nicola Bulley inquest and stuff, it's all the same sort of stuff, isn't it? Hold people to account for the things they've done.
Whoa. Giving you too much information again. I always do that.
The bed from the web pic and what turned up at yours is for me an exact copy. You couldn't split the two, not even if they were side by side. Honest, bargain of the century. Who wouldn't want a black floor, black brick wall, encased in a greenhouse, and throw in black sheets, cool as you like. No chance of dehydration or retina burn. Retweets. So that's where I'm going to pause that and just reiterate this. Alan received this message from Riviera Muria Interiors while he was on the Madeleine McCann forum, using his fake Facebook account at the time, which we exposed yesterday. The bed from the web pic and what turned up at yours is for me an exact copy. You couldn't split the two, not even if they were side by side. Honest, bargain of the century. Who wouldn't want a black floor, black brick wall, encased in a greenhouse, and throw in black sheets, as cool as you like? No chance of dehydration or retina burn. You get dehydration and retina burn when you are filming and you've got strong hot lights.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
JJ sent tippies. got your back, Scott. I really respect your honesty. You are brilliant.
Thanks.
Keep being UX. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. I really, it is financially, obviously that's beneficial, but to see that people would want to share with me, I believe if I've got something, I can share it with others, and your sharing with me has enabled me to give more money to charity this year than I've ever done before, except when I was a hairdresser. I was able to give a bit more then. But, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. So thank you for the support. Thank you. Yeah, just going to reiterate this point as well. The reason that you would have a black floor, black brick wall, a black bed.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
CW sent tippies. Alison Fox sent tippies. We all know you are honest. A lot of love for you tonight. One
Forget
big long
angry
hug
Alan
will
for
do
a bit
X.
not worth
Super
it.
Chuffer owes 6 hugs. He's not right in the head.
Thank you very much, ACW.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
For the 6 hugs and the blessings and a big hug. And thank you very much, Alison Fox, for the lot of love and saying Alan's not worth it. He's not right in the head. No, you're right. The surprise to me was to accuse me of child safety offences on the internet. That was a surprise to me. So I'd like to reiterate and make it very clear. Alan has had a bed delivered at his, whether it's his own property or someone else's, I don't know. It's at his, because he doesn't own a property, remember. So at his, you can't split the two. It's the same as the one on the web pic. Why would you create a bed out of a web pic? I'm asking you questions. You've got to fill this in your mind. Why do you need a black room with a black floor and a black wall? Does that mean on the web pic everything is black and there's a black bed? And on this web pic, on these web pics, something's going on this black bed with lights, dehydration, retina burn. We've got bright lights like filming. We've got a black bed and a black wall, black sheets. So if I took a photograph of that and put it on the web, you wouldn't know where it was, because I've copied the bed off something off the internet and I've painted my wall like the wall on the internet. So you can't use that as evidence and prove that it's at this house, because, well, you can't see any details because we've painted everything black. I would not be able to tell you where that room was by looking at the picture.
Again. I
Baby
couldn't be
Monkey sent
happier.
tippies.
And then
Don't let them get you down, Scott. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This troubled me. This is the reason Alan wants that video down. And I'll tell you I can prove that, because
raining
the
again.
children
I
singing...
couldn't
The
be
blind
happier.
leading the blind sent tippies. Nancy told me to send you tippies and a hug.
Thank you.
SSSSHHHHHH. Don't tell Ellen. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you, all my Nancys. Thank you. I've posted it in chat there again, and there's a video of Alan with the songs with the kids. The kids singing the songs with Alan. As he's reiterated, as I said on my video, as you just heard me say, Alan didn't solicit those videos. Those videos those kids made. He just put up the song. That song attracted children. They sang duets on the thing. And now he's got the videos with them doing the duets on his thing. Now they're linked to his account on Smule. So that's the facts. The facts about him having a black floor, black brick wall, a bed that was created. This is what he really wanted to hide. This is what he doesn't want to discuss. Okay? So thankfully today I've been able to show you that without endangering any children, without showing any images of children, other than there's like Madeleine McCann's face there and you just saw one blocked out. But really, if this video today gets attacked for that reason, you will all know that somebody has attacked my Nicola Bulley injustice video for their own personal gain, or to secure their own personal safety in some way. It just... Surely no one will do that now. If they do, I'll say it in the next video. If they do, I'll say it in the next video. I'll download this that we do today, and then I'll get a copy of it, and I'll cut this bit off and put it up to the Nicola Bulley.
again.
You'll
Ben
never
sent
miss out.
tippies.
swish, and then
Great content, great hair. Keep up the good work. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
You'll never miss out. Don't worry. So I just wanted to make that clear. That's what he's worried about and scared of. All the other stuff, the singing with the kids and all that's out there now. It's not going to go away. But this is also out there, and this will not go away. And we'll discuss it in the future. So I've been accused by people on the internet of child safety offence because I outed Alan Vinicum. Okay, just so you've all got that clear. Yeah? The truth will not be hidden. I'm going to close that now. You've seen that I've appealed it as well, so I expect the video to come back. I'm going to close that now. Children singing with Alan Vinicum. You can find all those. I've given you all the links. We've got send me a voice message. And we've got Nicola Bulley's Inquest.
It's
We'll be able
raining
to put-
again. I couldn't be
Brett
happier.
sent tippies.
And then
I want to put Paul and Emma through a meat grinder. Super Chuffer owes 6 hugs.
Do you know what? I can talk however I want, can't I? I feel that what we need to do is we need to go through point by point the inquest. I feel that's a long-term project, really. I don't think it's I've just quickly reacted to it and I've got everything down and that's good. What I can do in one day on the whole day of the inquest is limited, but what I can do over months is much, much more open, isn't it? So I think we're going to be looking at this over time. So I've got my porthole into this, my Cornish bolt hole into this. I'm going to start with Mark Williams Thomas and his live tweets. You know who Mark Williams Thomas is? You know who he is, don't you? He's the dude that was on... I've got a video about him. There he is. Mark Williams Thomas. Paul was not involved. From the Channel 5 show. You know him. He's a former police investigator. He was the one that did the interview with Tia Sharp's murderer and managed to get the important information there to convict Stuart Hazell of Tia Sharp's murder. I've got loads of respect for Mark Williams Thomas. I think he's really good. So I'm going to use his tweets because he's the most honest person that I can see in the room. You know, just saying that, mate. I don't know what this is. I don't know why I'm feeling so... Maybe it's because I'm reducing my antidepressant medication and I'm feeling things more.
Mudjet sent tippies.
and then whoosh.
Can't watch yet, just popped in on break.
Big up
WTF
Smudget.
has
We haven't even
gone
got
down,
started yet.
that either him or one of his minions' truth hurts. We've got your back, stay safe, Blackheart
True.
hash. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thanks. What made me feel upset just then, I'll just speak about my feelings. You know, I'm conscious that I might just start crying, but the idea to me that we could have a public inquest, like, you know what this really feels like? I don't know if ever you have suffered with this in your life, but you tell the truth and you try and be a good person, yeah? And then sometimes you feel like no one's listening, and sometimes you feel like no one cares. Like, hello, Lol Factory, weed is actually good for my mental state, you know? And I self-medicate with it, so it's not causing my mental distress in any way. I've been through, like, I'm 40 years old now, you know, I smoke a little bit of weed. I don't drink was causing me anxiety. It actually helped me with my mental state. And it's interesting in the modern world that, you know, in America, it's now a legal prescribed medication, certainly for people with physical problems, but also other problems as well. You don't know anything about my mental state, and you don't know anything about my use of smoking weed. I'd smoke a bit on streams to calm down, really, but it's ignorant of you to suggest that. So I'm not mentally all broken up here. That's why I'm taking myself off the antidepressant medication. The things that have happened to me over my life that caused me to feel that way, they're not happening. I've dealt with everything. I've been to counselling and all sorts. It's not like I'm some nutter, right? I'm one of the many, many people that see the world as it is and feel the sadness of the world. That's why I give money to, like, kids in other countries and stuff, you know? I think it's okay. I've discussed it. If you want to discuss mental health, it's in separate episodes. I'm quite happy to discuss it. I think that I'm right to feel the things I feel. I think if you don't look at the world and feel injustice, anger, which then turns to rage, which then has to be let go in some way and you have to accept it, you know, you're not really seeing the world properly. You know, if you're doing these videos about Nicola Bulley Inquest and it's like a yes feeling inside you, then you're not, it's like, people like Alan have got the problem. I've not got a problem with my feeling like this. This is how I should feel, you know? This is how I should feel. So don't tell me about how I should think and feel in my chat just because you're on Alan's team. It's pathetic.
It's raining again. I couldn't
Wayne
be
sent
happier.
tippies.
And then
Keep
whoosh.
the faith, bro. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thanks very much. And I don't know anything about the people, the person in chat that just accused me of, like, you know, something weird. But I don't drink. I don't do other stuff. I'm not out there committing crimes. I'm not doing weird shit on apps on the internet. Like, I've told you all before, I know where I'm coming from. You can see all my content. I'm not some randomised nutter. I'm not into psyops. Yesterday I didn't have some nutter from psyops team come on my show. So don't tell me about my mental state, you know? Don't tell me. what I was upset about there from my statement was that Mark is the only honest man in the room. He's not. There's a couple more in the gallery with him. But who can you trust? How can I trust these people conducting the inquest? What I've seen today, I find it very difficult. The mainstream media, I'm not doing an Alan and saying that Sky News are all liars and fakes and everything. You know, I just think they have their own priorities. They want to sell as many views on their ticker timer as they can. They're the mainstream.
It's raining again.
But I don't trust that they're giving you
Lovely
the correct
jubbly
information.
centipedes. Yes, it's really not the right time for you to reduce your medication when so much going on in your life.
There's
You will
always
cry
stuff-
as you are weaning off.
Do you know what?
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
I'll talk about it. I've already done the crying weaning off bit. I'm really down to the bit where it's physical symptoms now. You know, I'm down to, I used to take a daily dose, now I'm down to once every 4 days. It's the physical symptoms, the flooding of emotions as they, like, it's a different, I didn't feel flooded with emotions as this thing came back. I feel like I dealt with everything over the last 5 years, and, you know, even things, recent things, like we all suffered through COVID, didn't we? And now I can empathise with people who have also suffered. I don't feel wrong for that. I don't feel like my sadness should be buried or hidden or anything, you know? I cared for my nan, right?
It's raining again. I couldn't
Stargazing
be happier.
centipedes.
Thanks.
And then whoosh.
Shout if this is inappropriate, Scott. But I'll match tonight's like count with £S in a donation to Women's Aid x RIP Nicola. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Everyone do what you like. I'm not going to tell you how to spend your money, so it's not inappropriate for you to donate money to charity. It's lovely. Yeah. But don't feel that, you know, if everyone gives loads and loads of likes, then don't feel like you have to clean out your bank account. I was saying about feeling things and about how it's okay, you know. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I was going to go on and talk about mental health again. I don't think I'm not detoxing too fast, Sherry. I don't think. It's been a long time and I'm doing my best. It's just things happen the way they happen. And this, I think I'd react like this regardless. I think I would still be the person that sits here on the internet and doesn't enjoy the day of Nicola Bulley's inquest, because it's like, I could look at it like a media producer and say, I'm going to get loads of views and I could do 5 episodes today. I might cut them all up into little videos. I actually felt like when I woke up this morning and looked at the news and saw it starting to go on, I felt like just going out with my dog and going out into the woods and ignoring it. And just, we can look at it next week. I don't have to be iron first on this. It's going to be there. It's going to be bad. Like, yeah. Serotonin syndrome. Okay, true, in chat there. You know, serotonin is an issue in this situation I'm in. But it's not like... you know, I think you can see me. I think you can see I'm okay. Do you know what I mean? I'm not like imbalanced and flying off the handle and stuff. I'm okay. You know, for me it's physical. Like I said, my stomach really hurty and not happy. I knew it was going to be difficult. You know, I knew it was going to be difficult. Queen, are you all right? Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah. I'm all right. I think I'm feeling appropriate responses. My response is correct. Am I sinking or is the water rising? Celebrating, selling, advertising space. The horizon rising up to crush me. In your arms, I was lost last century ago. I'm not an angel, but can you fix it at least? I'm not creative. You can call the police. Every river ends in the sea. You walk out in front of me. The days I feel I connect, I'm in it up to my neck. I raced away to the door and I knew I felt this before. Yeah, we're doing the inquest. We're doing the inquest. We're doing the inquest. That's what we're doing. I don't need a big steak. I'm a vegan. I ate a load of broccoli yesterday. I appreciate all your help and support in chat, you know, and ideas. But don't worry. I'm telling you how I feel, but that's okay. I'm not out of control. I'm in control of all this, and it's not going to hurt me. Like, the attacks on me from... And now we've put the little bit of... you know, I had to say that stuff at the start of the episode. Thank you, Janice King, for the £10. Think with kindred spirits. I think everyone here in chat is as well. I think the reason people navigate towards people online, regardless of the content we're talking about, is also part of a personality thing. And I think that everyone here in chat, if I invited you all to a big party, you'd all get along. And I think in other people's chat rooms, they cultivate a very different feeling, maybe, or a different feeling based on who they are. So I'm lucky to have all you in chat. I'm lucky to have you people that are supportive simply by being here. Alicia says, I think I should avoid AD. It's not doing me good. Again, I'm not hurt by this. I did my little bit at the start of the episode. I've covered that now. But I think it is I think it's irrelevant whether it's doing me good. I don't cover Alan's, I don't want to leave him at the start of the episode and leave him there. I don't want to go on about it, but I want to make this clear. I've seen a lot of other people that have been hurt by him. I've seen them struggling against his abuses in public over a long period of time. I've only just joined the conversation, and I can see them all. I'm not the only one that's been going through this. So I feel like protecting children, I feel like protecting other vulnerable people, defending people who are being attacked. Yes, the other day, he had a pop at women on the internet, women with their little small channels. This sort of stuff, I feel it's important. Giving him airtime, I'll address that. The narcissism stuff, what he wants, that's step one of narcissism. That's if you're living with a narcissist, don't talk to them. It's if there's one at the pub, ignore them. This is different. This is a public forum of media production. So it might be what he wants short term, but long term, this is not what he wants. He didn't want me to expose those things that he thought other people hadn't seen. He didn't want me to expose that tweet, that message between him and that person making the bed. He didn't want those videos of him with the children to be on the internet. He asked for them to be taken down under spurious circumstances. This is not what he wants. It's naive to think simply because we talk about him, he wins. It's not like that. In the short term, okay. In the long term, no. And I won't be talking about him forever. Bear that in mind. AD will fall big time, absolutely. He creates his own slippy slope. So I appreciate what you're saying about energy. I'll divide my energy how I see fit. Thank you. Thanks. The more we talk about him in chat now, the more I'm going to, just make sure I've responded to what you said. So I'm going to say, let's just I've said it now. Let's put a lid on that and let's focus on the Nicola Bulley inquest instead. How about that? That's what you want me to, isn't it? So we're all good about that, I'll reiterate again for anyone that's new on here now, SpeakPipe. We've got SpeakPipe. We can receive your messages. So if anyone wants something to be said, and we've got a few in chat now, so I think we'll start with a couple of these, because actually I've got more than I expected, so you might want to calm down on this. Let's have a couple of your SpeakPipe messages, and then let's start going through the inquest step by step. I'm going to use Mark Williams Thomas's tweets this is my day one, so I'm going to use his tweets as my day one. In the future, we might open up further media. I was talking about the mainstream media. They're going to report this. We're not best pleased with the way they've reported it thus far, so I don't know if I'm going to use them as the framework for my conversation. Later on, I'm going to get a full copy of the inquest, and I will use that as the framework for my conversation. But until then, I'm going to go with the person I trust most in the room, Mark Williams Thomas. So that's the way we're going to pick through this. Let's have a couple of your messages, and let's hope you haven't said anything horrible, because I'm not vetting them before we play them. So this could go anywhere at all. We've got Lisa.
Hi, Scott. Glad you're finally here. We've been waiting for you all day. So we've just sat down with our cups of tea and the big TV on to watch you.
Nice.
And looking forward to tonight's show.
We'll do what we can,
Cheers,
yeah.
Scott.
Thanks. I do apologise to everyone as well. I did think, maybe I should be online all day here now, but I know about my own energy. Like talking about energy in chat there just a minute ago, I know about my own energy, and I know how I felt earlier wasn't like broadcasting, so simply didn't. Thanks. Kurt and Lisa.
Thanks. Go ahead and take the night off, mate. We'll understand. We also understand you staying here and being strong. Take care, buddy. Do the right thing.
Thanks.
You always do.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I'm going to push through and we're going to do this episode. I feel like it's the right thing to do. I took the day off during you've got it. I hope everyone does realise this. I've said it once or twice, I've reiterated it. I'm on the internet, right? I'm a live streamer and I want views and I want my channel to grow. I need it to grow. Like, you've been so generous already today, so I'm not asking for tippies here, okay? But I need it to grow for financial reasons as well as wanting to, be a successful media producer. It needs to be sustainable so I can pay my bills. It's going that way. I'm really lucky. I'm not just lucky, I work really hard. I've made documentaries before, I've made other YouTube channels, I know what I'm doing, okay? So I'm not afraid to go on the internet and say I want to be successful. Absolutely not. I'm also not going to pin my success to other people's tragedies. We've done a lot of Nicola Bulley stuff, but I've done a lot of other stuff, and I intend to do other stuff in the future. You know, I'm primarily finding out that I'm a body language analyst. People like that in different forms, talking about different people. And we've got this lovely podcast going with my wonderful friend Steve. So, you know, I'm really lucky and grateful for the way we're going. And I'm a media producer on the internet. So today should have been, theoretically, from that, you know, with that job hat on, Bonanza Views Day. Shouldn't it? It should be Bonanza Views Day. It's Nicola Bulley's Inquest. We've been leading up to it. We've been doing all this. So to wake up in the morning and look at it and think, I don't want to stream instinctively, I know what I'm doing. I know my choices inside. I've chosen to take the choice that, well, you know, I hope to do the right thing. I mean, I just didn't feel comfortable with saying, right, I don't know anything. Let's go on the line and let's start shouting about the inquest all day. Hooray. Like, has anyone got a tooty horn I can blow? Like, I just didn't feel like doing it. So I appreciate what you're saying there. I appreciate it, but I'm good. I'm glad that we're doing it now. You know, I'm happy sat here now. I feel like I'm in control. This is Westy.
Hey, Scotty. Yeah, basically that. It's funny, that company that he said he was going to use or has used for the Black Room. Try having a look for them online, because the website isn't working.
All right.
Funny that.
It is.
Tried several different ways, but I can't get it to load. I know you've moved on, but I thought we'd just say this to you. Thank you.
That's cool, yeah. No, you're right. The people that get exposed are going to want to hide, aren't they? But I haven't even, you know, I'm going to call that man who made the bed at some point. We're going to have a conversation, but at the moment, we're not there yet. But yeah. This is BC.
It is a sad day. We need to remember Nicola's family.
Absolutely.
And those two kids.
Yeah, it's about the kids.
At the end of the day, whatever we feel or whatever our opinion is, the family now need time to heal, have peace, and try and rebuild their lives. We need to leave it alone now, unless new proof comes out which shows our gut instinct and we can prove Nicola was murdered. It needs to stop.
Okay, I appreciate this. It needs to stop. One of the things I worry about, and I haven't gone through the inquest yet, so give us time to go through that, you know, the next couple of weeks. But one of my worries is that it might turn out that there's been an injustice. And if there has, then somebody might be or should be held to account, and that person might be involved in those children's life. So I worry about that in the future. You know, I don't know if I'm correct in saying simply because we have a resolution, everyone can just brush it under the carpet and move on. I wonder if truth is more important. So I don't know the answer to that, but I appreciate what you're saying. And second message from BC.
I mean, when it needs to stop, I mean, all the true crime podcasts, all the supposed psychics that have been doing readings and supposedly tuning into Nicola's energy. It's not ethical. They need to leave her alone. Everybody needs to give the family time out now and just leave it be.
I appreciate that. I also feel that people doing psychic readings is a little bit cheap, tacky and disrespectful, because I personally don't think that Nicola's psychic energy has travelled across the Atlantic to speak down some microphone in someone's flat. But I also understand that the way of the world today, and this is something I did kind of want to talk about, and we didn't really cover it yet as part of the housekeeping at the start of today's episode, is that people will talk, and without clear resolution, without a trust in the justice system and a feeling that justice has been done and the facts have come to light, people will continue to talk.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Thank you, Brett.
Brett. Sent tippies. Alan is a weasel. We all love YA Brother great shows.
Thanks.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks. Do you know what as well? A really, really smart person said that it's not like, 'cause we're on the, I'm talking about this, you know, I'm on the internet, I'm a media producer, you know, I'm in this forum, Somebody asked me why I didn't simply take it to the police and not make a video about it, and why I made this video so close to the inquest. Because I'm a media producer and I'm on the internet, and it's a public, you know, I'm going out there, dog. Public thing, you know. This, people are going to talk. You know, there's things that have happened. Like Madeleine McCann's the best example, isn't it? Like, I still made videos about Madeleine McCann a year ago. People are not going to stop without a clear, obvious, acceptable resolution. And I think, whilst I agree it should stop, and I'm not going to be, you know, making endless videos, and I'm going to be covering it, of course, but I'm not going to be making endless videos in the future and trying to feed off it. I think the reason that there's going to be a level, like, it won't stop, and there'll be things that are tacky and unacceptable and feel disrespectful, and there's the gutter press, and, you know, there'll be documentaries eventually, won't there? So it won't stop, not without clear and accurate, you know, not without proper justice, I believe. So it's a shame, but that's how it is, and I think the family are going to have to live with it. So my great hope is that they can find an account that they can best live with. And if I was in a situation where there was still doubt, that would be what would trouble me the rest of my life, the doubt. So it's my great hope. I mean, that's why I'm in this, that's why I've been doing these videos, is to try and find the truth, isn't it? Really. I see what I perceive from people's interviews, and I tell you what I think, and I guess it's up to you to say what you think and feel. I had some other feelings and thoughts. I want to go through the inquest really first, don't I? A lot of questions in chat there, but I'm not going to take any particular one. There's a lot of different questions there. I think a lot of things will come up as we go through. But if you actually want to at me in chat and really want a direct answer, I will be asking questions as we go. You know, that's fine. But you can answer each other's questions in chat as well, can't you? Yeah, so I've done a little bit of housekeeping, haven't I think? Thank you, Skyhawk, for the £25 super chat. Let's forget the bell end and crack on with what we're doing, yeah. Yeah, I agree with don't give him the time, but I also think that, you know, when things get to a certain important level, that I'm going to deal with things head on my channel. You know, that's what I'm going to do. I do all the messing about on the B side, but accusing me of child safety offence on the internet is a step too far, that I will have to directly deal with it. Like, he put a tweet up saying that I'd done something to his daughter. I think I have to directly talk about it. So we've done that. But I agree, yeah. I know when the time is right now to just put that aside and move forward. So we're going to look at Mark Williams Thomas. Was there something else that was on the back of my mind that I also wanted to... Oh, that was it. Penny Bunnis. Someone in chat mentioned Penny Bunnis. I did a tweet today. They said, are you watching this? Penny Bunnis is live. And I said, I don't watch Penny Bunnis. But you know what? I want to put a timeout on that as well. Thank you, Top Off 100 and Hartley, £5. Thank you very much for the super chat. I want to put a timeout on that and just say, look, I don't watch her, but I'm not going to say anything bad about her anymore. In the past, I denigrated her for using Facebook tweets as things to talk about it on her channel. We all know how that sort of shit goes wrong. I think even she has realised that she has to be a bit more, a bit less naive. I'll give her the benefit of saying she's naive, because she believed that the fake Peter Folding account was real and pinned it and stuff like that. You know, a couple of these things made me look at her and think, well, she's naive and ignorant, so why should I listen to what she's got to say? But I'm going to put an end to that now, and I'm going to say, I'm not saying that anymore. I've said it in the past, I'll admit to it and own it, but from now on, I'm going to say, live and let live with Penny Bunnis, unless she does any more. And I'm not going to watch it, so I'm not going to know. But, you know, if someone tweets me, have you seen this new video? And I look at it and she's like, you know, reading a Facebook post from a Facebook group from someone that says they were local, or interviewing someone that says they lived nearby and they think this and think that. Like, I'm going to not give a shit again. I'm going to say, because you know what I'm like? I want facts. I don't want spurious conjecture from shady sources. So, and it's the same with, you know, it's the same with that Jizzy True Crime, although I'm not giving her a pass. You know, we've still got the problem with the CCTV. There's going to be problems that are not going to be corrected by this inquest. No one has had to... Jizzy True Crime has not had to come forward and tell us where she got that CCTV yet. So things like that still need to go on. But Penny wants the truth too, yeah. It's just that she is a little more naive and a little less stringent on where she finds it. It veered into fishwifery. and I won't have that in someone's death. We've talked about it. I'm not going to go on about it. So as long as you all understand why I felt how I did and why I'm prepared to, like, today as well, especially. That's not important to me, you know. She's clever, she's going into politics. Oh, she might do well in politics, yeah. They all talk a load of shit in politics. Don't get me started. You know, we all know that having people on your show that you can't qualify who they are and you can't qualify the facts of what they're saying, and that it's gossip. It was a gossip channel for a bit. She needed a lot of content and she had the Facebook stuff and it was gossip. And then she pinned a fake comment from a fake person pretending to be Peter Folding. She gave it tacit appreciation. She pinned it and it turned out to be a fake comment. So you need to be sharper than that when you're leading a conversation. When you're a thought leader in a conversation about someone's death, you need to be sharper than to report and re-report bollocks and nonsense. So that in the past is in the bin for me now. In the future, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm not, when you bring her up in chat, I'm not going to say all this again. But I've said it, and I don't like it. So, you know, I'm not going to go as far as to saying she's brilliant. I'm just going to say, me and Penny Bunnis, line drawn. I'm not going to keep beating her over the head with it. I hope that sounded good and not bad. Where should we start? Mark Williams-Thomas. Inquest. So Mark Williams-Thomas went to the inquest and he's been tweeting about it all day. I've got quite a lot of respect for Mark Williams-Thomas. Inquest. Proceedings due to start sharp at 10 a.m. but have not yet begun. Very frustrating as someone who sees timekeeping as very important. Nicola Bulley. So I understand what he's saying. The first thing Mark Williams-Thomas is telling us is that the whole case hinges on the exact timing of when events happened, and the people that are running the inquest have not been able to start on time. It's not a good look. It's almost comedic if it wasn't so serious. Inquest. Nicola Bulley's family are now in the chamber. Parents, sister and Paul, and hearing due to start shortly. I don't know where Paul is sitting, whether he's sitting with them or not, but it's interesting because before this, all the spurious conjecture that was being thrown around. Thank you, Tracy Carnell. Me and my sister Angela Carnell are grateful for you pointing out child safety concerns on internet platforms. If anything, you're pointing out child safety protection 100%. Exactly, Tracy. And I was very careful the way I worded the video, not to make it a personal attack on Alan Vinicum about his behaviour, although I was highlighting his behaviour, but to also point out the inconsistencies in child safety on those apps. Yeah, I think it's quite important. You know, if things like that are going on, I can't point to, I'm doing it again now, I'm talking about it again, but I can't point to Alan and say he's a paedophile because these kids duetted with him. But I can say, look at this, it's awful. We need to have more protection. Yeah. So interestingly, her family are in the chamber. A lot of people before the inquest, I'm going to critique and just talk, and, you know, we're just going to chit chat. And if you want to send me a speak pipe, I'll keep checking it. And we'll do little speak pipe sessions so you can have your say, you know. I think that beforehand, a lot of people said the parents weren't even going to go, didn't they? I heard that Paul wasn't going to give any evidence. I heard all sorts of things. Well, doesn't matter what I heard beforehand, does it? Because they were there. I was surprised myself that the inquest today started on the heavy subjects. I thought they would talk more about Nicola's life, but I was wrong in that. Other people were wrong in suggesting that her parents wouldn't go. So, very difficult day for her parents. Imagine having to turn up to an official court-style proceeding about any one of your loved ones. That would be horrible in any context. Nobody wants to go to court to deal with any aspect of their personal lives. And to have this out in court like this, to have to sit with people while they hear it, you know, to not be in a private space, to not be given the grace of hearing these things. My great worry about Inquest, because there was somebody on a different Facebook spaces discussing their own personal, their own personal tragedy and their own experience of an inquest, to have these facts laid out in front of you without the comfortable padding of compassion that would be given if they were delivered by a friend or a doctor or a priest or someone, you know, to have these things.
Couldn't be happier.
Lorna sent tippies. Keep your chin up. Your content is fantastic. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you. To have these things, I just can't. This is where we start, and this is where, again, this is why my feelings feel. You know, I couldn't imagine having to sit there with my family talking about someone I loved in this public situation like this. I'd find it an incredible trauma. So my heart goes out to the parents and the sister. So, inquest commences. The coroner's passing on his condolences to the family and asking how he should refer to Nicola Bulley. Family lawyers ask she should be referred to as Nika. We have not called her Nikki all this time. A lot of the time we've called her Nicola. So from now on, maybe I should refer to her as Nikki. That's how family lawyers have asked that she should be referred to. There's an advert there during this. Thank you very much, Facebook. That's blocked now. Block the adverts. Inquest. Coroner setting out rules for inquest fact-finding exercise. Very interesting as well, because we're talking about fact-finding, and that's what we've all wanted to do the whole time, isn't it? So all we've ever wanted is just some facts. The idea the police that the police would not communicate these facts, and that we've had to infer them from public testimony from Paul and Emma, and you know, hopefully we will get at least some facts. I'm going to put a poll in chat. I know a lot of you have already been through this, and I haven't been through every aspect of this. Like I said, I needed to take a mental break from it, I think. But I want to start a quick poll. Have we got facts? That's what I want to know. A lot of you have already been looking at this, I'm sure. So have we got facts? That's the point of today. Facts. I don't want ideas, conjecture, misinterpretations. I want to know facts. Have we been getting facts today? I'll leave that poll up while we move through a little bit. The Lancashire Police Council have put in place extra security measures because of the anticipated interest both outside the court and inside the chambers. Coroners giving off warning of potential disruption they've been made aware of. And here's a photograph. Thank you, Mark. I'm so grateful to Mark Williams-Thomas for this. You know, I follow his work over the years since the Tear Sharp stuff. I see him as I've done a video on him where I critiqued what he said, but you know, I see him as a very I see him as a stalwart for justice in a way, and that's how he needs to be publicly perceived, because that's his job. But do you know what I mean? I think here's the facts. There's no disruption. We didn't go out and protest en masse. There's no people trying to jump the queue. It's just a quiet day outside a quiet space where people are being respectful. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. I was worried that this would become a media circus, that someone would do something drastic and strange outside the courthouse and her parents would have to suffer the public, I don't want to say humiliation, but just having to deal with this huge, you know, kerfuffle in public. That's not what they want. So that's the security measures, is a gate and a security guard, and the big public kerfuffle is nobody's there. Nicola Bulley was identified by dental records. A positive identification. Died on 19th of February 2023. That's a fact. Is it? No. Is it? And I'm ending the poll. Loads of you said no, we haven't got enough facts. This one straight away. Did she die on 2023? Well, they're saying it. We want to find it out, don't we? Inquest. Post-mortem findings summary. Rigor has passed covered... Mark is not the best at tweeting sometimes. I understand he's in a busy situation and he's trying to bang this out with his thumbs. I can't spell things quickly on my phone with my big fingers. But I think what he means is rigor mortis passed. Covered in mud, a blood stain on chin, early marbling effect on parts of the body, and decomposition. So, am I to infer things from this, or are they going to explain them to me? We'll have to maybe come back to that. Maybe. We'll definitely have to come back to it if they don't explain it to me further. This is an advert, so we're going to block whoever does the adverts. Thank you very much. Cause of death, drowning. Watery fluid in stomach. Lungs. Dirt in throat. Nikki alive when she entered the water. Are you all... maybe I need to open up another... Like, I don't want media reports like this. I want a list and accurate statements from what was being said today. I don't want 10 things we learned. I just want a list of the exact in order, like this. Can we get rid of this? No, fuck you. Stupid website. Why can't I get rid of that stupid picture? All right, don't worry about it.
Sadly, we are now...
Can't I get rid of that? No, it takes me to the next page. Awful website. The bit where the cross is underneath. Like, it takes me to the next page. So I have to have that stupid video up the whole time. Make me feel a bit sick. There's a bit more detail on this, you know, and I said I didn't want to use the mainstream. I said I wanted to use Mark's thing first, but I kind of want to supplement it with the mainstream as well. Okay, cause of death. Home Office pathologist Dr. Alison Armour is giving evidence. She carried out a post-mortem on February 21st. No, I'm not a Pisces, I'm a Taurus. Doesn't mean anything. 2 days after Nicola's body was found, she said the internal examination found classic signs of asphyxia, a condition arising when the body is deprived of oxygen. Why aren't we getting the full just report of what is actually said? By the time she was found, the process of rigor mortis was completed, and flecks of fragment and dirt were found inside Nicola's throat. There was water found in and around her lungs. Is that to suggest that it's drowning? Because I want you to tell me what this means, not just what it says. Although we're going to have to infer it ourselves then maybe. Addressing the possibility Nicola had been strangled, Dr. Armour said there were no signs of trauma to the neck. There were several bruises on her body, including both the front and back of her right arm. So I will have to take this step by step, right? The internal examination found classic signs of asphyxia, deprived of oxygen. That doesn't say drowning, that says asphyxia. By the time she was found, rigor mortis was complete. You'd expect that. Flecks and fragment of dirt were found inside her throat. Well, you would expect that, wouldn't you? Because you've been in the river. So that does not prove to me that she breathed that in. There was water found in and around her lungs because she was in the river. Doesn't prove that she breathed it in unless they're going to be more specific. In chat, Dover and Dolly's mom says you can only have water in the lungs if you die and then go into the water. Your lungs are sealed and they still have air in them. You mean because of your throat and the way? But I don't know if that's entirely true after like 2 months. What was it? How long was it between she went in unofficially and she was found? It's quite a long time. So I think there's a chance that water could still get in there. But I appreciate what you're saying. The idea that you would breathe it. This is why they need to be more clear. Why are they not being clear? The Home Office pathologist should have said the water in the lungs is consistent with drowning if you breathe in and would not be found if not. We're a fact-finding exercise. You can bruise after death, but it has to be quite soon after death, Ellie Mae. Again, this is where I think, in the long run, what I'm going to have to do is just get somebody else in that's an expert in this to explain it to me more. Because I've got feelings and thoughts myself, and I've looked into it. I'll tell you what I've looked into and that I know, is that if you go into that river and you drown, then when you drown, you take a breath at the last moment because you are desperate for air and you breathe in water that's around you. That water floods your lungs. It floods and it's forced into the soft tissue. So you've got lots of small membranous soft tissue in your lungs. There's microbial life in that water. There's microbes that are then forced into that soft tissue. So by taking a sample of that soft tissue and checking, it's not about how much water's in the lungs, it's about whether those microbes entered that soft tissue. Because I could get water into the lungs after the body's dead, but the microbes won't be breathed in and forced in by that last breath. So that's quite important to me, is the microbial report from the lung tissue. Water being found in the lungs, I would say, if you've been in the river, I mean, I know what you're saying. If you breathe it in or you don't, your throat, your epiglottis closes up, so the water might not be in the lungs. But, if you've been in that river for that long, it might find its way in. So the fact that there is water found in and around the lungs is not enough for me. There are still things that we could find out more conclusively about that water, what kind of water it was, and how deep within the tissue it was. And we're not being given that information. Addressing the possibility Nicola had been strangled, she said there were no signs of trauma to the neck. So asphyxiation, the reason she's having to address strangulation is asphyxiation is lack of oxygen. So you can be asphyxiated in a number of different ways, and strangling is a definite possibility. Of course, if someone put a plastic bag over your head, you're not going to have any bruises on your neck. So I'm glad that we're looking at the neck and deciding if there's any trauma there. But to simply say she's not been strangled, there's no bruises on the neck. Like, what about any other form of asphyxiation? Like, you can still asphyxiate without being strangled, including the bruises on the front and back of the right arm. The bruises on the front and the back of the right arm, let's all be really clear about this. That's somebody grabbing hold of your arm and forcing you to do something you don't want to do. And it happened within 2 weeks of her death. It could have happened the day after her death. You could still bruise her body, I'm sure. I've seen it on the telly. So it's proof. But, you know what I mean? I think I've seen it on the telly. But not months after, soon after. But if you've got, and it's your right arm as well, which is your main arm for doing stuff, it just feels to me like that's the consistent. I'll say this. It could be anything, couldn't it? She could have banged it on the stairs, but it's consistent with someone grabbing hold of your arm very firmly. And that I don't like at all in any context. If I saw those bruises on my sister, I'd be very concerned. Toxicology tests found therapeutic levels of beta blocker propanol and painkiller paracetamol. Therapeutic levels. She'd taken some beta blockers and some painkillers. Interesting that she'd taken paracetamol. Does that mean she'd had a headache? Or was that, it could be consistent with worrying you're going to do something that hurts you. But I think if most of us were going to do something that hurts us, the idea that we might take a paracetamol and it might be less painful might not be top of the bill. But although there was some ethanol, alcohol, and the levels were consistent with post-mortem microbial activity, bacteria produces it after death. So Dr. Armour concluded Nikki was alive when she entered the water and gave a cause of death of drowning. She concluded that she was alive when she entered the water and gave a cause of death of drowning. I can only assume that conclusion is made because of the one point here. There was water found in and around her lungs. I assume that flecks and fragment of dirt inside your throat can be inconclusive for drowning. I expect the rigor mortis inconclusive for drowning. The marbling, we're talking about bruising, aren't we? I don't exactly know what marbling is, so again, there was water found in her lungs. And that's a conclusion of drowning. That to me is not enough. It doesn't feel like it's enough. annoyingly, Google is going to tell me all about dry drowning, which is not what I'm asking it. I'm asking it a very specific question. It's got a million articles about dry drowning. Interesting though that the body can forcibly close the larynx. I don't think I want to go too deeply into this right now. Maybe I should. Like, this seems like a bit of a, I need to do it as a proper research thing, then bring it to you rather than sit here quietly reading things on the internet. Can water enter the lungs if you're submerged in the river for 2 weeks? I'm going to say yes, just instinctively. I know that you're going to say the larynx, but you're going to be, like, your larynx is going to be subject to the same, like, the water pressure, and I just feel like it. I'm surprised that no one's mentioned the decomposition of the alveolar spaces in the lungs and pulmonary edemas and stuff like that. I'm surprised that's not been looked at. Nothing here is saying about whether I can get the answer to my question, so I'm going to move on from that. I will take your questions in chat now as well about the temperature. I know it's going to come up in a minute. The temperature, right? They say it was shock. I've watched Deadliest Catch all my life, so I know a little bit about I've watched Deadliest Catch all my life, so I know a little bit about that. You go in the water, it's freezing cold. You're dead within minutes. Death within 3 minutes. In the Bering Sea, you fall in the water, death within 3 minutes. You go into shock. You can't even swim. Your muscles seize up. We're talking about the River Wyre that was at the morning that Nicola went to walk the dog. The ambient temperature around everywhere was 4 degrees. It wasn't freezing. There was no frost. We're talking about the River Wyre that at best had a few foot of water, and if you fell in that river with your trousers and your coat and your undershirt and your hat and whatever, that water is not going to shock you because it's not going to touch you. Your face will be cold, your hands will be cold, but all your clothes will take a moment to soak up with the water. It won't happen instantaneously. If you jump in the Bering Sea, you're wet head to skin. If you go in the Bering Sea without your survival suit, you are wet from head to skin in seconds. If you go even lying down in a bath with all your clothes on, it takes some time for that water to seep into your inner, to touch your skin, for your physical temperature to drop. I will not accept that you can have shock death in that water on that day, in that place. Me personally, I won't accept it because I don't believe that you have the same amount of time. I don't think I think it takes too long for you to be chilled to that temperature to receive the shock. That's my opinion. You've asked me about it in chat, and that's my opinion. You can went under the water and breathe the freezing water, says Tap Tap. Yeah, but why would you? That's not how. Like, what you're talking about with this shock is that it causes an instant response. You sharply breathe in. You can't move your muscles. Like, you can take a big deep breath of bad water, and then you can lift your head out. The idea that she would be incapable of moving her muscles and stuff, and that it's an instant response based on the cold, I think is not acceptable, because I don't think it's cold enough. They claim 10 seconds to die. Jumping in the Bering Sea is 3 minutes. Jumping in the Bering Sea is 3 minutes maximum. Like, minimum could be anything, of course, possibly. Would it cause a heart attack? In the Bering Sea it could. I don't think it would in the Chuffin River, Like, run yourself a cold bath and take a big breath underwater and then get out and go, you might die. I mean, obviously don't do it. But my guess is, how would I know? How would I know? I've been in a river with my clothes off. It's been cold. I don't know. I mean, how do I know? How do I know? How do they know? And where is the evidence to tell me that this is possible and has been done? Like, we saw divers in the river. They didn't have any problem with the cold. I mean, they were wearing diving suits. She was wearing all of her clothes. I see what you say, Bron Vixen. Yeah, I don't buy it. Yeah, Boho Witchy, 10 seconds. I don't buy it. I know it's possible. It's like saying, it's possible that a jet engine can fall out of the sky and crush me. Like, so, if you find me crushed in the street, it could have been a jet engine. So, but it's more likely to have been a steamroller, hasn't it, or something. Like, I just can't say that. For me, yeah, and there wasn't a heart attack. It was cause of death drowning. So, good point. Yeah, it wasn't a heart attack. Like, for me, the idea that you would be shocked into the element of shock, the cold, for me, is about an inability to respond to your own situation because I can't move your arms and legs. And the idea that you would take, as is said in chat, that instinctive breath whilst underwater. And again, I don't believe in either of those situations here is entirely possible. Like, she was, yeah, good point, the puffy coat, Sherry. Like, the description of her, she was wearing a gilet and a coat. Like, how is that how are you going to feel the shock? How are you going to feel the shock? So I don't like that. We've got a new chatty message on the speak pipe from Brum Vixen, so we'll listen to this.
Hi, Scott. Hi, Chuffers. Difficult day today. A lot's come out that we weren't aware of, which is what we expected. But what happened with Man in Black? No sign of him coming forward. The screams, they sound very much like somebody who was surprised. And they haven't actually said that she's gotten into the water or fell, just that she entered the water, which still leaves things open. And what the hell are all the lies that Paul Ansell told in his interview? The timeline completely changed today, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, you look after yourself, Scott. We all love you.
Thanks.
And we want to make sure you're okay.
Thanks. I love all you too. I think we're all in this together, aren't we? The reason that we're all... I suppose everyone's got different reasons for being interested in this case. But I think for a lot of us, Nicola represents our sister, our mother, our friend, and we would expect better. So I think a lot of us feel the same here in this chat, Picked out some really important points there, and hopefully we'll get to some of them today. I believe that there's going to be a lot to be said about these things, so I hopefully get through these things, yeah. I even last night was looking over Ron's video again, and I have something else to say about Ron's video, but no, it looks different in today's light, so there's going to be so much more to talk about, yeah. Let's go back to Mark Williams. Interesting what was said, though, and I think it's a really good point. Cause of death drowning does not mean cause of death I slipped in and drowned. Cause of death drowning means drowning could be held under the water, could be forced under, could be other reasons. And I've critiqued this a million times, probably only once or twice on stream. Why had they not done any forensic investigation of the riverbank? Where are the footprints? If I want to go out right now into my local area, I walk my dog around, right? I could go, if you want evidence that I've been there, I could go tomorrow with a plaster cast kit. This is basic. This is when you're a kid and you go and get a plaster cast of a hedgehog footprint. I could go there to the riverbank and I could do a plaster cast of the whole riverbank. And then I've got it all the marks and scratches and footprints. And then I could look at it and say, that's Nicola's footprint there. Look, there's where she slips. Even if someone trod on it, even if there'd been 2 or 3 people walking around, I could look at it and say, there's finger marks in the bank, surely. Should there be any indication on the ground? Should there be any? Yes, I believe there should. And I believe that you don't even have to be I don't have to be a Cherokee Indian with my head to the ground, listening for the. Sorry if that's racist. Listening for the buffalo. I don't know if it is racist. Is it? It's just an image I have from my childhood, tracking the animals, the Indians with their heads to the ground. Maybe it's in today's day and age. Maybe that's a bad stereotype. Anyway, I'm getting off the course. The point is that I believe there would have been some indication on the riverbank of Nicola's presence and her move towards the water. And if she slipped, there's slipping. There's the slippy bit. So I would hope to have seen that. I'm surprised that wasn't brought up and has not been forwarded as any evidence. No one thought to do any forensics there. Inquest. PM continues. No injury to neck. In back of throat, dirt mud. Both lungs enlarged. So this is different from what the mainstream media had said now. Eventually we're going to get the full story of what they said in this inquest. But up to now, I'm finding it difficult to get the full story. Both lungs enlarged. That would be consistent with drowning. Stomach 100 millilitres of watery fluid. That wouldn't. Even, I don't want to be too gruesome today, I really don't, because I think it's a bit of the wrong day to do it. But your body produces fluid when you die. Like, your lungs do collect fluid, especially if you're in water as well. There's more chance of that. No fractures found on remainder of body. That's important. I was saying if we find one broken bone, we're on. Because nobody wanders around with a broken bone, for no fractures at all on the remainder of the body. But on the other side of the coin here, that is a surprise as well, that you've been in that water for that amount of time and buffeted around by the forces that be, and lodged somewhere as well, and nothing has been damaged on you to that extent, is also interesting. Toxicology consistent with bacterial activity, to be disregarded. Happy with that. Okay. No third-party involvement in Nicola Bulley's death. She died by drowning. How can you say that? That's the post-mortem. How can they be so sure on that? If you want to send me a voice message, if you're just coming into chat now, I'll reiterate this. That's the speak pipe. You can send me a speak pipe message and I'll listen to your voice as well, because I think people want to have their voices heard today. I'm surprised that you can be so clear and clarify that there's no third-party involvement. I'm surprised. The pathology is very clear. Nicola Bulley had not been drinking, no alcohol in her body. So this is a very important point, and this is why Mark is giving it in one clear text, on one clear tweet. Nicola was accused of being vulnerable. Alcohol came into the conversation. So thank you, Mrs. Muggins, for the £3. Dancing avocado. Big ups to vegans. How can Nicola Bulley have been alcoholic and not have consumed alcohol in the previous 24 hours? It simply is inconsistent. I used to drink a lot. There would be no day of a week where I wouldn't have a beer at the end of work. And then at the weekends it was more beer because I was out drinking, and then I'd have some rum. Even if I was just normal Scotty Hottie, I felt I was getting close to alcoholism, to be honest. That's why I stopped. But normal Scotty Hottie, the hairdresser, done his day-to-day life, at any point anything happened to me, there'd be alcohol in my system. Not like, driving the car, you're nicked because you're alcohol in your system. But you know what I mean? Like the pathologist would say there was consistent, he'd been on to drink the beers the night before, something like that. It's insane that Nicola could be alcoholic and yet had not been drinking. So I'm going to discount Nicola was drinking because we've got a fact here. Finally a fact. Nicola had not been drinking. The pathologist said. Now, who came forward and said that Nicola was drinking? Palumbo, you're right. You can drink too much water. Leah Betts did. Sad for her. Sad for her. Story of our youth, that was. Did anyone come forward and say she'd been drinking? Good question, Scotty, there. Where's Emma? Why is Emma not at this? And I've got to be interested in another special way, because obviously I've done all my videos about Paul and Emma. I need to know whether I've been unfair. I need to know whether I need to apologise publicly. I don't think I do, because everything I've said is just based on what they said. I've just reacted to it, so I'm still okay with it. But there's the speak pipe, if anyone wants the speak pipe. She was on a work meeting probably, yeah, good point. No alcohol. I'm very pleased with that. Oh, crap. I've just knocked my totty of weed off onto the floor and it's all my weed. On the fucking floor. Fucking inflatable fucking crown. Shit. Just lost half a gram of weed on the floor now, on the carpet. It's alright, you know. It's alright. Oh, anyway, the no alcohol. You know, if you did me, I'd have weed in my system, wouldn't I? Like, no alcohol. She's not an alcoholic. They said she was an alcoholic. I'm not going to say who said she was an alcoholic. Not today, now, right now. Probably needs to be gone over, doesn't it? That needs to be picked out. I've got all hair in my fucking stuff now. It's my own fault for not putting the lid on. It's my own fault. Anyway, where's the cat? The cat's been in and out today a lot. I've already had the conversation with her. Already had the conversation. So someone came forward and said Nicola Bulley had alcohol problems, didn't they? Did they? Did they? I need to Google it. Nicola Bulley alcohol. I'll never find this now, will I? Alcohol problems. I just want a straight answer. Significant issues with alcohol brought on by her ongoing struggles, police said. So I did get a straight answer. Good. This can't be right then, can it? 15th of February. I didn't knock the ashtray over. I knocked my chuffing, you know, totty with the weed in it. It went on the floor. I've got a carpet, so I've lost all the dusty bits. That's all gone in the carpet. Don't worry about it. It's only a little bit of, like, you know, it's only like I've just thrown £5 on the floor. It's just stupid of me. I'm really disappointed now that the BBC and the mainstream press have reported that Nicola Bulley had alcohol issues and that the police have said that, because that's incorrect. The inquest has discovered that's a fact. That's incorrect. Today we found out, Mark Williams has tweeted it, I'll refer to the actual inquest at a later date, you know, the exact wording of the inquest at a later date. Pathology very clear, Nicola Bulley had not been drinking and had not consumed alcohol. You can't be having alcohol issues and, you know, being an alcoholic and not be drinking at the same time. It's just, you don't go through 2 days without drinking if you're an alcoholic. Someone in chat saying it again. I'm just going to check this. I think you can bruise after death. Livor mortis is the gravitational setting of blood which is no longer being pumped through the body, causing a bluish purple discoloration of the skin. It's one of the post-mortem signs of death, along with pallor mortis, alga mortis, and rigor mortis. That would be the marbling they were talking about. Bruises can appear a day or two after the post-mortem examination that were not visible at the first necroscopy. Bruise can appear after death. So bruises can appear after death. No, tissue cannot bruise. Only living tissue can bruise, is being said here, though. How long after death can a body bruise? So it is a living physiological process. You will get like you can hurt somebody, they can die, and then the bruising will appear. You die, and then bruising will appear based on where the blood is set in your body, but they're not the same. How long after? It cannot occur after death, people are saying, that I trust as well. Like, you know. So I'm going to say, yeah. But we had, okay, within 2 hours. Bruises can occur right after death within 2 hours here. This is not a fact. This is on Reddit, but I've seen it on the telly. You know, I've seen a thing about it where I'm talking about The Wire, maybe, and The Wire, Nolte strangles people after death and causes bruising on their neck. But yeah, we're going to say if you've been in the water for, like, you know, 2 days, someone can't then come down and punch you and cause a bruise. We're saying that. Interesting. Promoted tweet. They fucking love the promoted tweets these days, don't they? Sorry, Keith, you're getting blocked. Inquest, Lancashire Police diving expert now giving evidence as to where he believes Nicola Bulley entered the water. On the 27th, it was approximately 1 metre down from the bank to where the bench is, showing pictures of how steep the drop is. I wish we were shown the pictures. We're not. Police diving expert continued, now contradicting himself as to the drop, now saying it's more like 2 metres, not 1 metre. He's clearly not measured it. Along the part of the river to where Nicola Bulley recovered, about a mile and a half downstream. So, along the path of river to where Nicola... I'm going to have to refer to this now. Let's go through this a bit. The coroner asks Dr. Armour if there was any sign Nicky had been assaulted or harmed prior to her death. No, there was not, Dr. Armour replied. I've concluded the cause of death was drowning because of the following factors. The fluid within the stomach, the lungs, showed typical or classical features we've seen in the cases of drowning. I could trust that. The presence of watery fluid along the lung changes, in my opinion, confirm that Nicola Bulley was alive when she entered the water. The presence of watery fluid along with the lung changes confirmed she was alive when she entered the water. No. No. The presence of watery fluid, along with the lung changes, in my opinion, confirms that Nicola Bulley was alive when she entered water. This particular water, you can't guarantee that. What if she was drowned further up the river and then placed in the river? What if someone took her out and drowned her, you know, in a lake and then put her in the river? What if she was put in the... What if she was still killed by being drowned, but then was put in the water? She might not have been alive when she entered the water that second time. You've got to be careful with the facts. No signs of assault, they said. So they're going to now need to explain the blood on the chin and the bruising, because the bruising on the arms is a sign of an assault. So I'm surprised that they're going to contradict themselves in that way as well. Police diver giving evidence. So this is what Mark was unhappy about. And I can see why Mark's unhappy, because you can't contradict yourself in an inquest. The inquest is now hearing from PC Mark Thackeray from the Northwest Police. Police diver for 8 years, describing the scene of the riverbank where she was last seen, using a series of photographs to point out the location and the bench where Nicky's phone was found.
Be happier.
Swish, and then whoosh.
Stargazing sent tippies. On behalf of all the MIMP chat. 310 likes. I thought you could do the honours sometime when you're not busy OBV and donate maybe to Women's Aid Save the Children. Red Heart Hash. Super Chuffer owes 310 hugs.
Fucking hell. Wow, thanks. I mean, I'm kind of obliged to give that straight to the charity. I should let it go into my PayPal first before I do that. I do trust you, but I should let it go into the PayPal first before I do that. What did you... Women's Aid, Save the Children. Women's Aid. Obviously, I don't get the full amount as well, because there's a percentage that they keep, but we'll just call it 300. And there's a percentage that gets on through the system, but it's not a lot. I get more of it than any other system through the coffee. Can you donate? Here. Donate. There we go. I'd like to make a one-off donation. Let's put 320. I'll put some in as well. Please reclaim gift tax. Please reclaim gift aid. Why did you donate today? In memory of Nicola Bulley. My address, obviously I'm not going to show you my address, so I'm going to just take this and just do this. I'm Mr. My name. I apologise that I'm just going to quickly do this, but I think it's, I'm doing the right thing to be quickly doing this. Thank you on behalf of all the MIMPs. Does it need my email? Apparently it needs my email. at outlook.com. My address, my phone number is optional, good. My address, I always want to read it out loud by mistake, and I really got to be careful not to, so it's having to type in my address. Oh wait, credit card details. I'm not going to be able to do that. I need to do it with PayPal. Save the Children, maybe, because it's a credit card system. Sorry, we'll do Save the Children. Single. Boost it, so we're giving loads more now because it's got the. Oh, we're taking to PayPal. Ah, no. That was close. That was close. Jesus.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Swish.
Cheryl sent tippies. Super Chuffer for a Hoover bag. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
There we go. Thank you very much, Cheryl. The Hoover, yeah. It's just scattered across my carpet. There is about half a gram of weed now. I'm not making a big deal out of that. That's nothing in the big scheme of things. You know, things come and go. This is if you want to check the confirmation ID. A huge donation. Thank you very much, Stargazer. You know, you all can feel part of it together. As she said, it's on behalf of the MIMP squad. I won't get... If someone gives me £300 on coffee.com, I get a majority of it. I get more... Like YouTube take 25% or maybe more. But on coffee.com, they take slightly less. But I'll put in a bit there myself as well. So thank you. You know, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm sorry we couldn't give it to the women's charity specifically because they needed a credit card, but Save the Children UK, I mean, it's all good, isn't it? Yeah, it's all good. It is important, you know, it is important. It does make a tangible difference to people in their lives. For us, for me, it makes me feel better. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to say I'm not going to pretend that I don't. I'm not going to say that I don't get anything out of this. I do. You know, I feel better that we're doing something, but to people on the ground, it actually makes a physical, tangible. It's all right. It's all well and good how I feel, but that will make an actual difference in people's lives. So thank you. Thank you to the Crypt Wall Street for the 199 super chat as well. Thank you. What have we learned then? What's going on? Where am I at? The police divers giving evidence. The police divers giving evidence. A lot of people are asking why Peter Folding's not giving evidence. I'll tell you something. A lot of people trust Peter Folding. I trust Peter Folding. A lot of people believe that Peter Folding may have been a bit of a dilettante himself. I used the word yesterday to describe someone else, didn't I? You know, got all the gear, no idea. Might have been that. There's different opinions out there. At the bottom line, right, I trust him as a person, that he's not going to be going there and making up weird lies. You know, I trust him as a person. Instinctively, from seeing him talking and his character, you know, you have intuition about people. So I trust that. However, in today's inquiry, knowing that Peter Folding was brought in by Emma White and Paul Ansell, Emma said that she was on the internet looking for, and she found, you know, Crypt Wall Street says $4.99. How did Nicola's body travel a metre a second? Did she have a motor? Well, I think we'll get to that. Incredible though, incredible, wasn't it? Because we've never seen anything in that river travel any quicker than the setting sun. I'm surprised that Peter Folding did not get called to give evidence, but I'm also aware that he's a third party brought in by somebody that I consider to be a suspect. So I'd be careful about who I would ask to give evidence. It might be very difficult for the coroner for the inquest.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Skyhawk 747 sent tippies. So many things being dismissed and not looked into. Why the obsession with she entered the water? Super Chuffer owes 25 hugs. Okay, 2 points to make, one after the other here. Then, yeah. Thank you very much for the tippies.
I would be very careful if I was running the inquest about bringing third-party experts in to contradict the first party, like the police experts, because these are the people I work with on a day-to-day basis. These are the people that are going to be going out on the next dive. Peter Folding is not necessarily available all the time for every police operation. Like, he's only one man and one team. This is their team, so you're going to present their evidence, and then you're going to call someone to contradict them. I can understand why that is not necessarily the best choice for the people that are conducting the inquest, because they want facts and they're going to contradict their own facts. So it would be strange. However, we want the truth.
Keely sent tippies.
Thank you, Keely.
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you, Keely. You can have your 5 hugs. Thank you. People want this truth, don't they? They want the truth. So I would be wary. Like, I understand their roles and responsibilities, not just to the public, but also to the other agencies they work with. But I would also just want the truth. So I'd ask every diver to come in and give their evidence if it was necessary until we got to the fucking truth. Sorry for swearing. Skyhawk asked, so many things are being dismissed and not looked into. Why the obsession with she entered the water? I believe it's almost like a... It's not political, but I believe it's almost like a... you have these things like jargon, argot, like you have these technical terms that people use within an industry. And I think it's almost like that. I think it's almost like a police word, entered the water. I think it's careful as well, because it doesn't mean fell in, it doesn't mean jumped in, it doesn't mean pushed in. So there is still an open aspect to that, entered the water. And I think that one of the aspects of this that I'm very surprised about is if we're going to be asserting that she entered the water at this particular place, by the bank, by the dog, the bench and all that, why is that so certain when you've got no other evidence to suggest it? Why, if you were going to say, oh, she definitely entered the water here, here's the skid mark where she fell on her arse and slipped on the bank, here's the claw marks where she tried to drag herself out, here's the, you know, the footprint right by the edge. None of that. And it's entirely possible that even if we were in the world of Nicola fell in herself, or she could have walked anywhere, like she could have walked further up the river by 200 yards and fallen in there. Like, the entire area of the riverbank could be considered open ground for falling in. She could have been saying about the dog ball. Maybe she threw the dog ball over the fence and she crossed the fence and went to try and get it. Like, you know, all of this stuff, none of that's been thrown up. It's just like she either entered the water here or she didn't enter the water. And I find that to be very strange, you know. Why the obsession with she entered the water? Yeah, I think they want to be careful with their language. And I think the fact that she's in the water, the one thing we can say for sure is she did enter the water. That we can say for sure. So at some point during their fact-finding exercise, someone's going to have to say she went in the water, and at some particular point. Otherwise, what kind of fact-finding are we doing? So I think that's why they're so concerned with making sure that this point is set in stone. A series of photographs point out the location and the bench where Nikki's phone was found. These pictures were taken to try to show the slope and banking towards the river itself, he said. So we've seen those sort of pictures as well, haven't we? I mean, so many people have now been out taking photographs and investigating and, you know, going down to that bench, haven't they? Like, so many people have been out doing that. We had the teams, we had Paul Ansell, you know, we've got this slope, and then down here in the corner, it drops off slightly. But, I mean, am I wrong in suggesting that somebody should have checked that bank for any signs? Where's the photograph with Paul Ansell in it? It's this photograph, isn't it, with Peter Folding? That's the exact spot. That's the drop-off. Okay, I've got some problematic questions about this. If you're standing facing the river and you slip and fall in, don't you slip backwards? Don't you, like, how do you fall forwards into the river from this position? If your feet go from under you and slip forwards, your feet slip forward and under you like that, your head goes backwards, doesn't it? You might still end up in the river, but your head falls backwards as your feet slip forward. Right? You could be leaning forward over it to the point where you counterbalance and fall head first in, like a dive. That wouldn't be considered a slip then, wouldn't it? It'd be considered overbalancing. You could be with your back to the river and your feet, you take a step back and you fall backwards into it, like there's not enough ground behind you. Oh shit, I stepped backwards and fell into it. People are asking about the dog. I can't answer the behaviour of the dog. I don't know if my dog would jump in the river if I went in or not. You know, I just simply can't answer that. We know the dog did enjoy the water, so it might have considered, like initially a dog seeing someone like that slipping would consider it to be a game of some description. The splashing. Tripped over the harness, you say? Going forwards, walking towards the river. At what point do you stand at the river's edge? How does Nicola get herself from the bench to the river's edge? Why is she stood at the river's edge? And if she stood at the river's edge, what direction is she facing? How do you have to stand and face in order to slip in to the point where you're going to drown?
Couldn't be happier.
Andy sent tippies.
Thank you, Andy.
I've nothing to add. You are doing great at covering this. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you, Andy. Thanks. I think the more and more we look at this, you know, it's only coming to my attention now, really, because they're pointing it out and using it as part of their evidence to prove their point. But I believe the more and more we look at this, the more and more you have to question what this part of this riverbank here is, what you're slipping off and into. Yeah, this is the exact spot that I've got on the screen now.
It's raining again. I couldn't
Claire
be
sent
happier.
tippies.
And then
Keep up the great work. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you. People have been very generous tonight. You know, I'm really grateful. It all counts, and you know, we have slow days and big days, and it all goes in the kitty. And so I'm really grateful. You know, this is really enabling me to push forward and create more in the future. I can see why this is slippy. Why they're stood on it now. They're gone there to look. This is where she might have fallen in. They're stood on it now. Yeah, I'm assuming on the day Paul was up and down this bit, wasn't he? Looking for her. They can see down the river where she was apparently 1 metre an hour. So what was it, 1 metre a minute? We'll look into that in a bit. We've got a lot of episodes to do. Okay, I might not cover everything of the inquest tonight. I've got a lot of episodes to do. What I might start doing after we looked at this particular point is I might just quickly whip through what everything else is said and then come back to this and start digging through even further, because I think there's going to be so much of this. You're telling me, right, that she slipped in. This is what they've said. She slipped in, obviously face first, because otherwise how does she take this breath of water and drown? If you fall in on your back and you float, as they've suggested, there's no water in your mouth. So you've fallen in face first. The coldness of the water has caused you to go into some sort of shock, and you've taken a deep breath of water, and that's you, done. Right? You didn't cough that up. You didn't push yourself out of the water. You were dead on arrival. That's you, done. Right? You've fallen in here, literally where they're standing now, face first. Then you floated, gone over down there and over the weir, and at that point you've sunk. So that's why they haven't found you, despite going up there with their boats and police divers. Forget Peter Folding. The police divers went up there. We heard it. We've seen it. They've been up and down there. How is Paul standing in the same position and not worried about slipping in? How come Peter Folding hasn't fallen in here? If you are stood there, tell me how you can fall in face first. Like, have you ever fallen over? Anyone in chat? Surely you've fallen over. Like, you don't end up on your face very often when you fall. Tap says, once that cold water got you, you'd gasp 2-degree water. Agree and disagree. Okay? Have a cold bath, yeah. Shock. But the clothes pulling you down, you say, if they pull you down here, you can't float off down the river. That has to happen later, because they say they can test that she floated from here down the river. So the clothes can't pull you down at this point. Also, I'm saying the clothes protect you from the shock of the cold, because you can't feel the cold water because you're wearing all your clothes. So I'm suggesting that it doesn't seem to add up that you would, first of all, slip. I really can't, it annoys me here. I want to see someone fall in head first into situation. I know when people go in head first because they're leaning over and looking forwards. That's one thing, but slipping, your feet go out from under you, and this ground does look unstable. But why are you standing on it? What is it about this ground that draws you to, you put your phone down, you're over at the river edge. How do you slip? And you can slip, if someone said she slipped back, fell backwards, banged her head and rolled in, I'd have that. I could see that because your feet will go out from under you. It's a steep drop, yeah. Even if you step off it, you don't land on your face. If you're standing back with your back to the river and you step backwards against it, you fall backwards. You've got to fall right on your face. Snood says, big up Snood, you're a lifeguard as a team. Clothes don't help when it comes to cold water. It's definitely still a shock, but probably not enough to sink to the bottom right there. Do you think, Snood, that, because what they're saying is that the shock of the cold water has caused her to take this breath of water and drown. I'm saying that if you're wearing all your clothes, like we're in Britain here, we're not in the Antarctic. Okay, it's winter, but like 2 degrees, 3 degrees, it's not freezing cold ice flow. It's about 2 foot of water. I know you can drown in a puddle. Snood, do you think that the cold will hit her in time to cause that shock? We've got no damage to her head. She's not been knocked out unconscious. They're saying she's fallen in that river, slipped in, and immediately taken a sharp intake of breath, and then that's her dead drowned. I'd be interested to know what you think, Snood, because obviously, we have conversations offline, and I do trust your opinion. You feel free to contradict me as well. I need to learn. Like, if I need to learn that this is the case and this can totally happen, it can totally happen. It's extremely unlikely, says Snood, that a gasp like that would cause enough.
I couldn't be happier.
Swish, and then
Tina sent
Thank you,
cookies.
Tina.
Great work, Scott. Keep doing what you're doing. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you, Tina. Snood says, and this doesn't mean this is the facts, but having worked as a lifeguard, and this is someone that I know and trust, so they said extremely unlikely that a gasp that would cause that enough aspiration of water to drown, and you'd vomit first. So yeah, that's how I feel. Like, I don't know if I'm wrong or right in saying this, but I've got my instincts on this. Is if I took that deep breath of water in and I wasn't unconscious, then I would struggle against it and cough it up and. So I've got a number of problems. I've got, how do you end up in the water face first? You're going to be the most unlucky fucker in the world here, aren't you, to slip and fall in face first. And then to take that, oh, Sally, the video's reinstated. Is it? How wonderful. Things are working out for the best. They will do, because the truth, if I stick with truth and honesty, if I stick with truth and honesty, then I can't be caught out in a lie, can I? I think I'm good if I stick with truth and honesty. Oh, look, it has. It's been reinstated. So there you go. YouTube checked it and saw that I wasn't threatening children. Oh dear, Alan. Oh dear. Good. Thanks everyone for pointing that out. I'm sorry that I tarnished today's episode about Nicola Bulley with my own personal vindictive battle with it. Vindictive, because Vinicum, forget it. My own personal battle with Alan. It's not personal just for me, is it? It's for everybody else that's been offended and hurt by him. And the fact that he's doing it today, yesterday, pushing people off this very story so that he could soak up all their views. He's not a very nice person. And now saying it's psyops and that she might not be dead and stuff is incredible. So I'm going to move on from this now, but I've made my point. I don't like this as an explanation. If it was my sister and you told me that she took, because she's got a dog, she goes walking by if she'd been in that, number one, I would have turned up within the hour and I would have found her, because I would have been in and out of that river all the way. You know, how far do you think she can float? What if she was swimming? I'm going to check. You know, I don't understand how they didn't find her, even if she was. And they had police divers. I'd be on my own, but they had police divers. The police were very clear as well. We're looking for pieces of clothing. We're looking for a necklace. The necklace hasn't been mentioned, but they were very clear that if you fall in the river, it's quite likely when you're drowning in the river that your glove might come off, or your hat might come off, or a boot might come off. You're in the water. Some item of clothing is often found. So I don't like any of that. I'm not seeing all this area to slip in the river, and that's you. How are they so? Why are they so brave? Paul here is stood on the fucking riverbank. How so brave? You can die there. That's lethal. How come there isn't one of those water rings? You know, have you ever been near the river where it's dangerous? They've got one of those rings. This part of the river is dangerous. If you see anyone drowning, throw this ring in. And this is lethal, apparently. Lethal. And talking of the entering the water, this is why I say, what about all this riverbank up here? You can go over this stile just here. Is there no possibility anyone walked her up here and put her in over there? Or anything like that? It has to be here then. It has to be just here. You're right, Vlogmix. That chuff will be taking notes from all sorts of people. He'll have lots of people's ideas to put into his future work, but eventually it will die out for him, won't it? And since he can't contribute his own anything to the table, I think it'll be fine. Why do no signs of strangulation automatically mean foul play is ruled out? Exactly what the hen. Just because you're smart enough not to bruise someone's neck when you hold them down under the water does not mean that you've not... I cannot understand why they say there's definitely no third party. That's an interesting aspect of it. As I said today, I want to Mark Williams Thomas's tweets. And there's probably a few of them, isn't there? So what I need to do now is I need to start moving through a little bit quicker, because I'm aware that I won't... Like, tomorrow there'll be loads more. And we've got some big things to point out and stick on. Today might be a 5-hour episode for all I know tonight. It just has to be. Just is what it is. But here's another promoted tweet, so that'll get blocked. Eventually, on Twitter, if you block all the promoted tweets, eventually there won't be any adverts. Inquest. Diving officer video continues. Officer saying about video. He's giving video evidence. Officer saying about 3.5 minutes after moving with water flow, he reaches a place where he can stand. Estimated current at 2 knots when video taken. The diver says flow was quicker on the day of the disappearance. This contradicts things as well. It annoys me. So I'm going to stick with Mark Williams now, and I'll put it back on Firefox on the window, and we're going to move through a little bit quicker, and then I'll go back to the Lancashire one, and we'll move through slower, and however long that takes. Might be more episodes, will be more episodes in the future. This officer's given video evidence, and I don't know how relevant any of this is. About 3.5 minutes after moving with the flow, he reaches a place where he can stand. Like, you saying that if you floated long enough, you would be able to stand up in the water, but you could stand where you went in. So where are you talking about here? It's inconsistent and doesn't make... Like, you can stand in all parts of the river. None of it goes up above your head, as far as I could see. I know some parts might, but... estimated current at 2 knots when the video was taken. The diver says the flow was quicker on the day of the disappearance. He doesn't know that. He has to estimate that. And if the flow was quicker, that would be indicative of more water feeding into the system, wouldn't it? I'm guessing. I'm not I don't have a PhD in river flow, but I have looked into it. The river, it says here in this comment from Truthfinders, big up Truthfinders, yes, when we checked a log in the river, it was a lot higher and faster, because they went down there and threw a log in. It was a lot higher and faster. This is the aspect I wanted to draw out. Higher. If the river will flow faster, it must also be higher. Agreed? Agreed. Yeah, they're agreed because they've been there. Right? Their log didn't float down. I don't know what time of day they were at, whether they were on at the same... You need to be there at 9:10 like Nicola apparently was in order to check it. But faster flow, higher, didn't mean that their log moved any further. Nicola didn't fall in with phone. How convenient, says Crip Wall Street. Incredible almost, isn't it? That you would put your phone down in anticipation of being in the river in some way. Not many people would put their phone down on the bench for any reason. I talked about this the other day. I go and sit on a bench and smoke reefers, and I'll put my lighter down, I'll put the dog's lead down, but I won't put my phone down because that's my most valuable. I don't leave that lying around by mistake, My problem here is that if you're going to say that the river was flowing quicker, therefore she could have flowed down it, the river is therefore higher. That means that when she fell in, she didn't fall as far. Like, I'm also thinking, when you fall in the water, I know that it's like concrete if you fall from high up enough. We did that diving, didn't we? We looked at that diving, death diving. Like, it's like concrete. But also, if it's higher, isn't that like insulation against the rocks? Isn't it going to mean that you don't hit your head on the rocks? You don't have any, like, when you fall on it, it's there, you don't fall as far. It feels like it could be less dangerous in some way. It's a higher river. Yeah, but by a foot. So it feels like in some way it might be less dangerous in a way. We're going to have to accept that the diver says that after 3.5 minutes moving with the water flow, they reached a place where they could stand. I don't know if what that means really to the case. Like, after being in the river for 3.5 minutes, they were in a place where they could stand up. The diver continued that the view is that Nicola went into the water at the bench. The video shows the officer floating and walking in the water. Very shallow approach to the weir. Would also be on the day as well. Below the weir, river tidal and on day was high tide, so pushing back towards the weir. So what they're saying is, or what Mark Thomas, I'd rather hear what Mark Thomas is, reporting to us first, and then we'll go into what the other things. So we're saying you went in the water, it's potential that you could float all the way to the weir, but it's very shallow up to the weir. And then if you did go over the weir, the water would push you back against it towards the bench. You're not going to come back up over the weir, but you're going to be there at the weir, essentially, is what is being said there. Reading between the lines, maybe. Interesting and disappointing, it took police so long to do a video. It would have been much more... Yes, Mark, yes. Oh, my God. I should have stated this as the theme of the day. We're looking for facts. Why are we not being told these facts earlier? Why allow all the public speculation? Why did all this... Later we're going to see about Penny and the bench, aren't we, today? We're going to see other people at the bench. God, I hope I've got enough time tonight to get through it all, because I do like to talk. But... apparently the water levels were only 4 centimetre difference, so it doesn't even make a difference anyway, does it? But says Standard Daily Life UK in chat there. It's disappointing the police took so long to do a video. Why didn't you do these public things earlier? Because it would have really helped, wouldn't it? And it would have helped if you'd done it on the day of the disappearance as well. Yeah, absolutely true. Expert, depth by bench at deepest 4.6 metres. Experience says if a person fell in, they would try to get back out where they fell in. And that's the morning session. This surprised me as well. I believe the inquest would have started... I've been told other people's inquests start with an investigation into their life. They try and set the scene of how the person lived before they talk about how they died. With this, they're straight in. She went in the fucking river and she drowned. Okay, so get that in your head, day one, morning session. In the afternoon session, an application for release of footage of police diving expert to be released, being considered by the police. Considered. The public want to see the evidence that you've been telling us that you've got. We'll consider it. The police search advisor, although she's giving evidence, having done a PhD of body movement in water, well, I haven't done that, buoyancy in clothing, briefly, but once expelled, she would have sunk. Experts this morning, cold water shock would have caused almost instant death, or within 30 seconds. We've discussed that now, haven't we? The expert with the PhD says there's buoyancy in the clothing, briefly, but once it was expelled, she would have sunk. So that implies, like, the buoyancy is the air in the clothing that's keeping you up, right? So that air pocket will keep you warm as well. So then the cold shock would have caused almost instant death, or within 30 seconds. You can't have both. Either your clothing is saturated quickly and you feel that cold water and you go into shock, or you're buoyant, surrounded by air, briefly, it says, but once expelled, she would have sunk. I don't know how long it takes for you to squeeze the air out of a puffer jacket that you're wearing if you're just lying in the water. But I understand the concept. It's not being explained fully here. Mark's tweet is not the full report, but I don't think you can have both. I don't think you can have both. I'm today, 21 Cold 21, people are saying going to Twitch or Rumble. I'm already on Twitch. I've got that up for playing games, but, you know, we can sometimes use it for doing stuff that's copyright issues, because YouTube's quick on the copyright issues. We get given the regards late, you know, we get given the YouTube will overturn that. So I do appreciate what you're saying. And in terms of Rumble,
Brett sent tippies. People fall in the water all the time. Have the police never seen you've been framed for YouTube videos? I'm not having it, me. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
That's what I mean. I've lived by a river. I've been in and out of it. I've fallen in the fucker. I know how dangerous they can be. You know, people have died, but it just, this setup doesn't seem to hold water, so to speak. I'm thinking about doing a Rumble because it's a different platform, but a lot of right-wing people have gone over there, so I don't really want to be allying myself with the right wing. And then in terms of Kick as well, like, because Twitch, there's also Kick. Kick's a competitor to Twitch, but it's being run by a company that is big on gambling, and that's ethically, I can't touch that. So, yeah, I'm really pleased. I'm on Twitter. Yeah, I'm on Twitter. You can tweet me at SuperChuffer, and I'm really enthused today because YouTube put my video back up about Annan. So YouTube have done me good today. It is still the biggest platform and most people can find us here, but I appreciate what you're saying. Puffer jacket would have kept her buoyant for a few minutes at least, says Kurt and Lisa. I can't understand how we're saying that she's buoyant in the water so she can float down. Either that buoyancy is expelled and she sinks, in which case she doesn't float down, but she obviously does float down because they said she does float down, and she's dead within seconds. 30 seconds of being in the water, she's dead. Because of that freezing cold. It's like you're describing someone's been thrown in the Arctic Sea. Like, I want to see this because because it'll copyright. I was going to watch Deadliest Catch for a minute, but like, we're not being thrown off a boat into the Bering Sea. We're falling in 4 foot of water in the mid-morning St. Ives. Yeah. Inquest. Witness knew Nicola Bulley on the morning. He was walking his dog about 8:50 past the bench. Saw a man in black on the footpath, then passed a man with a dog. This is incredible, isn't it? This is incredible. Police released descriptions at the time of Nicola, of people they were looking to talk to. They even showed CCTV of 2 women. The man in black has not been mentioned. My guess is because they saw that as a suspect. However, when you have suspects, don't they put photo fits and stuff like that? Aren't they looking for them? So maybe it's not a suspect. Maybe they know that that's an innocent person. If it's an innocent person, why aren't they reported, like the police reported, like the other innocent people, as having seen her? Who is the man in black? This seems too much to be still shadowed. Big ups MJB. I've been known to trip over my feet, dog, and take 2 or 3 steps forward trying to regain balance. I still don't know where the dog lead went. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that can happen. I mean, whether those 2 or 3 steps are far between the bench and the river, and whether there's enough space for you to do that and fall head first, whether you'd have to be the most unlucky fucker in the world to have done that and to land in that water bang on your face and to take the instant breath. Because even if you bang on your face, like the rest of your body, the cold, like, you've got to be one of the most unlucky fuckers in the world to have done that. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see people falling on their face from that bench. Maybe we'll go there in the. I mean, it sounds horrible, doesn't it? Go there in the summer and do a Nicola Bulley diving competition. But I'd just like to see somebody achieve it and show me that it can be done. Right, the man in black is who they're after in the dash cam, says Brumvix, and quite possibly. It seems incredulous that you should raise this in the inquest and not have. Like, it's not been raised before throughout this entire investigation, not publicly. Then it's been raised in the inquest, but not because they've got the information. Like, how do they... Surely they know this is going to be like big news on the internet. They're telling us she drowned, and then they're also saying there's a man... They're even calling him a man in black. Like Cadbury's Dairy Milk. That's evocative language. Not a man dressed in a black coat. A man in black. Like, people use that language about conspiracy theories. The men in black come and wipe your brains. Like, they use that language about the CIA and the FBI. This is going to play right into the hands of all the PSYOPs people. But the PSYOPs people can just shut up now, can't they? Because, I mean, I'm asking as well, is it Mark Thomas saying man in black, or did this inquest say man in black? Lunch break, TV crews, proceedings, impossible to first member of the public giving evidence. So we've got names here. The next witness is Kay King, a member of the public who was in the area of the river. Receptionist, vet, dropping the children off. So we've got something here that I haven't seen before about dropping the children off. Come back to that. Man in black. Dog walker Richard Fife, unable to attend. His statement was read out. He was walking his dog on the fields close to where Nicola was seen. He knew her to say hello to her, as they often see each other. He saw her from a distance. She was looking at her phone. So that could have been anyone looking at her phone. That could have been Emma. Could have been anyone. Mr. Fife saw a male he referred to as man in black. So he's referred to it as man in black, as he walked towards Nick and assumed he was waiting for a lift. Mr. Fife thought it was strange he was still there, according to his statement. Mr. Fife then got in his car and drove off. So is it where his car is? Why are we not getting the facts? We've had to suffer with this all the way through, right? Where was Ron when he walked past the phone? Where was this person when they were doing that? Where was this first witness? Were they in the upper field at what time? Here he said between 9:10 and 9:20 he saw her from a distance. Where was he then? Where was she? What distance? How far is the distance? Where was Nicola? Where were you? What distance were you walking? And what was she doing? We still got questions. Sorry, I was going to mention this thing about the PSYOP thing, right? The cover-up, not what actually happened to Nicola. Okay, there's two different kinds of PSYOP then, isn't there, Fitzy Kazza? There's people thinking it's all an actors, and then there's people who think that they spin this in the media to try and cover things and do different things. Of course they spin it in the media. Like, if you wake up, that's not PSYOPs, that's standard practice. Like, it's not PSYOPs. Like, they told you there was weapons of mass destruction. That wasn't a PSYOP. It was just standard practice to lie to you because they don't think that you deserve the truth. They, the powers that be, whatever. So I don't think we should even use the word PSYOP in that. But the Men in Black thing, right? People are going to pick up on it and they're going to say, oh, PSYOPs. But I'm going to say, why would they report it? Like, that Man in Black can't be like some kind of PSYOP secret agent, can they? Because then why would they report it? This would be eradicated from the report. So we can maybe say, or maybe it's a double bluff. But I imagine someone out there is going to say that this is like some sort of MI5 agent, MFI agent. Sorry, I said MFI, not the MI5. Do you know what I mean? So I think that's strange. Janice, I do love it when people have different opinions. That's why I talk about them and raise them. And I've got my opinion, so I'm going to, say what I think but I give them the voice. I let them say it. I even highlight it by speaking it out loud. It's not just an echo chamber here. And I'm doing the same with you. Like, I don't agree with what you've said. I do like it when people have different opinions, which is why I've read yours out. So, all good, Otherwise, they'd be banned and they'd be fucked off. I mean, you're allowed to have whatever opinions you want. This is my channel, so I'm disseminating my thoughts. So there's no point in coming into chat and going, no, you're wrong, no, you're wrong. No, I'm not going to start saying, all right, someone in chat said this, and now I'm going to stop doing my episode and just read out chat. Like, that would be weird, wouldn't it? So if someone's really into it, they should have their own channel. But I'm okay here. I think I've got a good balance. I'm really lucky as well that we've got such smart and thoughtful people in chat so that we can have these different opinions and not end up in big arguments. I don't know. Saying in chat there about the case fizzling out as well. This is igniting things rather than allowing them to fizzle out. Because now we're being given information and the public are going to have a hunger for the truth and we're going to need to get to it. This could be Madeleine McCann's Phantoms all over again though, couldn't it? I question, no offence Mr. Fife, right? But when we're talking about, like, if I was watching, okay, let me say this carefully. If I was watching Inspector Morse or Sherlock Holmes and there was somebody at the scene who said they'd seen somebody else at the scene who was suspicious, I'd be like, okay, yeah, we need to find this man in black, this suspicious person. But that's pretty convenient for you because you were at the scene. So we need to rule you out as well. I don't know anything about Mr. Fife. I'm not saying he's murdered Nicola. I'm just saying that you need to corroborate this, because if it doesn't get corroborated, then you've got somebody saying things that might not be true and they were at the scene. And that puts bad light on them. So Mr. Fife has got an iron in the fire now to find out who Mr. Man in Black is, for his own sake, to make sure that nobody thinks he's just making up shit. And if you were making up shit in it at the scene of the murder, it might be to point away from you. You know, I'm not saying that, like, now, after new things have come out, I do have to revise slightly whether I totally believe it was just Nicola, Emma, Paul. I'm wondering if there's a wider group of people involved as well. Or at the end of all this inquest, I've got to, reassess my original thoughts, haven't I? And I think that's acceptable and fine to do, because if I didn't, I'd be a naive person. Viking Shield Maiden says £5. Paul was desperate for us to know he was wearing his gym stuff, even though no one ever asked him. There's a reason for that quick change of clothing. Agree still. 100% agree still. I remember talking about it as well, this instinctive feeling that he'd rush down there because he was going to, I felt that people rushed down there in anger to kick off. Was Nicola at the bench with another man? Did he want to rush down there and kick off? Was the man in black someone who just met Nicola or she'd met for some reason? I need for now, right now, I'll draw your attention to this, and then I'll come back to what there's so much to do, isn't there? There's so much to do. There's something I want to show you as well, like this thing I want to show you that I was looking at last night. I might be completely off the boil here, so don't take me too seriously here, but might be completely off the boil. Let's get the advert out of the way. At least it's vegan. Yeah, at least it's vegan. They've been advertising Tampax to me recently. I don't know what they think I'm up to. Right, so we've got the Ron interview. You've all seen it. At the end here.
Then there was a conversation, but my wife was trying to ring me. I was trying to ring her. Penny had rung my wife. Yeah. To say that she'd fastened the dog up that was.
And Penny was.
He never says anything about string. I don't know where everyone gets this string from. He never says anything about string.
He spotted Willow initially and saw the phone, but didn't know what was going on with the phone.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. And then after that, what happened?
Well,
what were the next steps?
It was just a progression of things happening.
It was a progression of things happening. We don't like that very much. It's strange language, but
well, we found out because of the wallpaper on the phone. We found out who the couple were.
Because of the wallpaper on the phone, we found out who the couple were. And I was talking before about the wallpaper on the phone and finding out who the couple were. And I was saying the wallpaper probably had the kids on it. That was my assertion from watching this. That's come out in the inquest. They've said the wallpaper had the kids on it. But one of the things that I was thinking about when he said this, I mean, I'm just throwing this up as a juggling ball now and as random. You know what I'm like. I like to go on tangents, but...
The school was contacted and Paul arrived.
The school was contacted and Paul arrived. Like, we talked about that as well, about who was contacted and when. We're going to get more into that today.
Of things happening, we found out because of the wallpaper on the phone. We found out who the couple were.
We found out who the couple were. This was going over in my mind last night, right? He means Paul and Nicola, doesn't he? On the phone there. He means Paul and Nicola. We found out who the couple were that were pictured on the phone. He means Paul and Nicola, doesn't he? Is it possible that he also... Like, this is not what I think. This is me just ideas, yeah? Is it possible Ron saw Nicola and somebody else? Thought that they were a couple? And then they both disappeared. They've got this phone on the bench. He's looked at the phone. He's worked out who the couple were then. Well, one of them was Nicola and this other one was someone else. The couple. He means obviously he means the picture on the phone, doesn't he? But this was going over my brain. Does he mean that he's seen a couple? We were always saying Nicola's just gone missing. People have seen Nicola walking the dog. Does he mean a couple? Could this other witness have been stood near Nicola and he might assume they're a couple? You know, we realised who the couple were. And what happens if he realises who the couple are and he realises it's not Paul? It's Nicola and someone else. And he realises, oh God, look, they're a couple. This other thing going off in my mind. He said that he thought someone was going for a wee in the bush. Do you remember? Like, it's in here, I don't need to...
I've got the time on it, so...
Yeah.
I gave a full statement to the police.
Yeah. There's the cat now. He said he thought someone had gone for a wee in the bush. Could he, right, this is a question I've got, and it's just a weird question. Could he have, like, peeked his head over somewhere and saw a couple in the bush? He thought, oh, someone's going for a wee in the bush. And then when he looks, they're not having a wee, they're doing something else. Could that have been happening? Could there have been a couple? And then if you want to go out now, if you discover a couple and some shit goes down, I mean, maybe I'm just ACW says no.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, maybe I'm just
Soul Light sent tippies.
ideas.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate you and all your hard work. Big UPS red heart hash. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Maybe I'm just too. Maybe this isn't the right episode for these sort of ideas. But it just triggered in my head. It was just like he said couple. You know, obviously he means the couple that are on the phone. But on the phone, there's a picture of a family. There's children. So wouldn't you say family? I don't know. Like, and if you caught a couple out, and then they were about to be discovered. Like, let's say this, right? I'm just going to say this. I need to get it off my chest. Let's say this, right? Nicola's gone to meet someone at the bench, like another man, and Paul gets eggy about it. He's sure she's meeting her because of on chuffing. She's on Face app, what's it called? WhatsApp. She's on the WhatsApp. She's not answering a call. She's on WhatsApp. What's she doing? Why isn't my wife answering a call? She's on the WhatsApp again. Who's she WhatsApping? I'm going down there. And if Ron had seen Nicola with some guy, oh, this bloke's just caught us and walked off. Shit. Like, this bloke's just caught us and walked off. There's this, like, oh shit moment, found out. Paul might be on his way, like, at this moment without you even knowing. Or maybe you've gone back to the phone and you've seen the phone's been pinging. Like, could something have kicked off between Nicola and some other man? I mean, yeah, this is just too much now, isn't it? Maybe I'm just throwing up ideas that are just ridiculous because I've heard a word. But that was going off in my mind last night, so I'm still on this. I'm still thinking. You know, I'm still not sure. I've still got open possibilities. I have gone on about Emma and Paul and done a murder, of course, but it's okay because I'm given limited information. I'm trying to work my way through this. So as we get more, I will keep working my way through it. We've got a man in black though now. So who is this man in black? 6 foot, 45 years old, dressed all in black. That's a description of this man. He walked toward where he saw Nicola and assumed he was waiting for a lift. So she was looking at her phone. He saw, and this is so fucked up. How close was she to you? How far away? From a distance, she's looking at her phone. Then he saw a man as he walked toward where he saw Nicola. Where did you see Nicola? He assumed he was waiting for a lift. So he's not in the field then because you were not getting picked up in the field. So is this all on the road? Mr. Fife said he saw him again on his way back and that he was dressed all in black and possibly a beanie hat. On the way back from where? Did you walk past him? You're giving an accurate description of him. Have you seen his face? Is it Paul? You could tell us yes or no. There's more questions here than there are answers. Mr. Fife thought it was strange he was still there. Mr. Fife then got in his car and drove off. There's a suggestion with the fishermen, the fisher people. They were dressed in black. There's a concept that they might have been Emma and Paul sussing things out the day before. Somebody might have been stood on the road keeping watch, and then they might say, right, now's the time to come out. Now we can move. Now you can come out hiding. Now it's time to get in the car. You know, someone could have been keeping watch. That would be consistent with that account. And then it would be consistent with Paul and Emma being involved, but in some strange way, you would always expect the man to have been doing the physical murdering. But maybe, you know, the man was keeping watch. I don't like it at all. They're just concepts that have been thrown up by it. There are more questions here than there are answers. I now want to go quickly to this bit about the first member of the public saying that she saw Nicola. A member of the public, I won't say her name out over and over again, but a member of the public who was in the area of the River Wire when Nicola went missing. She's a receptionist at a veterinary surgery and dropped her children off at the school when she saw Nicola. She said she seemed her normal self. She didn't appear anxious or in a low mood. She had the dog Willow with her, and Willow was sat in the back seat of the car. So how do you know that? Miss King said the two women said morning to each other and then started talking about dogs. I presume she was going for a walk because that's what she normally does in the morning after the school run. She told her about going to buy dog food the week before and said, "Oh, I can't believe she's classed as a senior," after telling Miss King Willow was age 7. So that, I believe, is a legit chat. I don't say that's Emma so much now. You know, if Miss King says that she knows who, like, you know, she's talked to her face to face, that's much better that Nicola was dropping the kids off at school. I'm assuming she's not in the car and that she's out the car talking to you. Again, we're not being given the information, are we? If Willow was in the back seat of the car, how do you know that? Did you see her? If you saw her, as you're saying in chat, why wasn't she in the boot? Because the dog doesn't go in the back seat of the car. The dog goes in the boot. She didn't appear anxious or in low mood. She talked to her about dog food. She told her that she was age 7. They're talking about the dogs. But apparently you talk about the dogs all the time. I think it's okay. You know, I think it points towards the truth that Nicola was really there and did have this conversation. But I still, you know, part of me thinks I've heard people give direct witness accounts and be wrong. You're right in chat. Someone said stop it. Stop what? Someone in chat, or are you all right? You know, if you're talking to me, then it's just ridiculous, isn't it? So don't worry about that. I see what you're saying, pandemic prisoner. Don't worry. You know, I've got more fight in me than anyone can understand. When you've got the truth behind you, you can't, you know, that'll carry you forwards. You'd be able to see in the back of a car. You'd be able to see in the back of the car if you were stood outside it and looking. But we're not getting enough information again, are we? You know. Okay, you're all good, Sarah. I wasn't specifically saying you. I just saw Kate Rankin said stop it. I didn't know what to stop. This is important. We're going to have to go over it in more detail, I suppose. But I wish we could get more information. I'm hoping that eventually we get the actual report and not just what the Lancashire Live said happened, or not just what Mark was angry about. You know, I'm hoping we get an actual full document. But that's what we've got there. Inquest. Witness saw Willow in undergrowth. She did not see Nikki at that stage. Just 5 minutes earlier, she'd seen Willow with Nikki on the lower field. She was about 100 metres away when she saw her. Left the field around 9:15. Who and how much detail? I think, like I said, I'd like to move through Mark's tweets here. I'm sure that we'll get more information. The important thing is I'm going to go Lancashire Live on, I suppose. And we're now up to 2.5 hours, so I've got to be careful because we've got to do more of this tomorrow. And maybe we should just be alighting on the main points here before we go into full depth. Continued. They called the mobile on the dog collar. Oh, wait, I'm jumping one. Someone said they saw the dog in the undergrowth. I don't know which undergrowth and where. Then we get caravan park owner approached a stile and saw a loose Springer Spaniel near to the bench. Not chaotic. They climbed over the stile and saw a mobile on the bench. They saw a dog harness between the bench and the water on the ground. Worried about the dog, so they tied it up to the bench. Continues. They called the mobile number on the dog collar and the number was wrong. They called vets because the name of the company was on the collar. The phone lit up. A line across a name. The phone was lit up. Line across a man name in each box. Right, that doesn't help me, Mark. You've got to tweet better than that. What does the phone was lit up, line across a man name in each box mean? I can't do this in small chunks. I have to do it in great details, don't I? It's just the way my brain works. I can't have it. I have to do this in details. Where are you, chuffers? You're up here, aren't you? I can't remember where you are. There. St. Michael's on Wire. The caravan park. And you come Allotment Lane here, the caravan park. And this is the path that wasn't marked on Google Maps before this, but now it's marked all the way up to where the bench is. Right? All the way up to where the bench is. There's a stile here. There's a kissing gate. Where is Penny telling me she's coming from? I don't know if there's any stile or gate here. I believe this to be entirely enclosed at the back of her property there.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Swish.
What the Ian sent tippies. Chuffers, thanks for being so meticulous with this. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Big ups, thank you. Thank you. I want to try and get through all of what was said briefly, at least tonight, because, you know, there's going to be a lot said, isn't there? But I thought we'd then delve into it deeper, but I can't let this go. Penny is telling us at the inquest that she's approaching over a stile, and we all know, I mean, I might be jumping to the wrong conclusion, but there's a stile here on the southern aspect of this, isn't there? There's a stile just here. We've seen it because we've talked. I mean, I'm preaching to the choir here, aren't we? Aren't I? Behind the tree. Flirty girl says, the stars in front of the bench. Yeah. See, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm not, you know, I don't have to get the old photos out. I don't, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, maybe I do. That photograph with Paul, they're stood just in front of it there, aren't they? It's just there. Isn't it? They just stood in front of it there. That's the style. I can't understand how Penny from the caravan park, because she says caravan park owner, this must be Penny, approached a stile. I mean, it doesn't have to be Penny. This could be someone else. Approached a stile and saw a loose Springer Spaniel near to the bench. So they are in this part here. Do they own that land? I don't know. This is the caravan park. This is their back garden where they have the camping pods. Yeah. This is Allotment Lane where Curtis was thrown off the property. This is Penny's house. It's where they had the talking to the man who wanted to sell his caravan. That's the caravan that you don't know if he sold it yet. Anyway, look. Penny lives here. And if she's messing around in her back garden here, where her little animals and the chickens are, or if she's messing about in her back garden here, where a caravan park and all that is, that's fine, that makes sense. She then needs to cross over here into this area. There is a small bridge here that can take you further up this into this field here, which backs onto the church. Like, it all can kind of connect up if you need to make it connect up for a bit of a walk. A bit of a crossing. I'm assuming that's a bridge. I mean, it looks like one, yeah? This is why people were investigative of the church initially, I believe, because it provides access to this scene. Or you could slip away through this path. What's Penny doing here at 9 o'clock in the morning? 9:30. Sorry, Jason King. Oh, you retracted it. Sorry, I was going to agree with what you said there. I don't know exactly what she said. What did she say? It's not saying it there for me either. There's all this other stuff. Campsite owner, right? Penny Fletcher. It is Penny Fletcher, yeah. The owner of a campsite. As I came round the bend, I came to the stile. I tied up my dog and climbed over the stile. I saw this Springer Spaniel. It was near to the bench. And then it was going toward the river where it drops down really steep. It wasn't doing anything chaotically. It was a bit giddy. I saw a mobile phone on the bench, and between the bench and the river, I saw a bundle in the grass. I walked down, and it was one of those dog harnesses. Miss Fletcher said Willow's dog tag had a reference to Moy Vets. But when she called them about finding the dog, they didn't want to know. That actually corroborates what Eddie's final break said. That corroborates. There's two pieces of information. The woman talking at the school gates as well. There's, you know, out of all of us in this true crime space, which me and Eddie Vinyl Break are not really in, we're on the outskirts looking in, but Eddie's come out shining again. Mrs. Fletcher called her daughter-in-law Anne-Marie and asked about the dog. Daughter-in-law, she said, oh no, it's Nikki's dog and Nikki's gone missing. Anne-Marie, her daughter-in-law, knows Nikki's gone missing. I'm having to take time over this because this is just not right and it's incredible. Daughter-in-law. So the woman who married Penny's son thinks Nikki's gone missing. Penny's son assumingly... oh God, I don't want to do this live on the internet like this. I don't like it on today. I don't like it. I think I might have to keep my voice on this. However, I'm going to say what I fucking think in my head, and you're going to have to hear it. And if you hear it, you like it. And if you don't, you don't. And it doesn't mean that I'm lying or making it up or attached to this. Just from what I'm, you know, it's little bits of information and I might be wrong, okay? But we initially were suspected the people at the caravan park. Curtis definitely suspects the people at the caravan park, right? I was sus because it's right there. My very first looking at this whole thing, I said, right, you've got Rowan Water there and you've got the caravan park there. I want to be searching them. You know, they were the first two places that were on my list. And then I sort of discounted it and I said, Penny seems quite, I want to say honest in her body language. I didn't mind that she was cantankerous and difficult. Don't mind that. Some people are. Doesn't mean they're going to murder you. A question I have is that there's a man that lives here, presumably, or lived here. I'm not going to go into some of the details about what's been going on in Allotment Lane, that my friend Addendum, whether she likes it or not, I like her. I think she's brilliant. Whether she likes me or not, I don't know. Alan's going to mention me in a bit. Thank you. I'm not going to switch from here to do that. As Alan is probably going to try and rant about having got my video removed, but he doesn't probably know that it's been reinstated and that he's wrong. So we'll let him just do what he does. Big ups, Eddie. I'm not keeping enough eye on in chat, but everyone's saying hi, Eddie, so I'm assuming they've seen him in chat. Big ups, Eddie. And apparently Eddie's got a fake account trolling him, pretending to be him, so I'm assuming it's the real Eddie. One of the things I've got problems with here, we need to go into this more depth in the future about Allotment Lane and the goings-on and reported crimes. But one of the things I've got a problem with here that starts to add up is I'm saying I got a bad vibe off Emma, I got a bad vibe off Paul, like they're in it together, like they're like a work meeting, you know, and all that. I'm still happy with all that. But what would inspire someone to commit murder? I thought it might be that they got caught out themselves having an affair. But I'm also open to the possibility that they might feel aggrieved at Nicola. And why would you feel so aggrieved to murder someone if your wife was having an affair, like if she was trying to get away from your marriage? If there was someone else, these villages, this Emmerdale, this is again, I'm throwing juggling balls in the air. And I told you I didn't feel quite right about doing it today because it's the day of the inquest. We're talking about someone who's really died. She's really got children. Like, God forbid they should listen to me and my conjecture on the internet and feel upset by it. But also, I want the truth. And I'm not being given all of the facts. Right? Water on the ground, people are saying. I don't know what water on the ground necessarily means, but we'll get to it when we go through the tweets. Here, Penny's saying she came from this area. Well, I think she is because she's talking about a style. There are no other styles. Where are you coming from? Are you coming from up here, maybe, and seeing it? So I've got that. That's weird. Then I've got the fact she's called her daughter-in-law. The man, her son's wife, is sure that Nikki's gone missing and that's her dog. Straight off. Describing it on the phone. I don't know how friendly they are. They might be best friends, her son's wife and Nicola Bulley. But straight off there, on the phone, it's Nicola's dog. She said it in in the inquest. Anne-Marie is now a character. Before we've had Ron and Penny, Anne-Marie's not been a character. Now she's on the phone to Anne-Marie, and Anne-Marie is the character that's now in this. I thought she was talking to Ron's wife maybe, or, you know, we had these ideas thrown up, didn't we? Now we've got Anne-Marie as a new character, and Anne-Marie knows that Nikki's gone missing before anyone else does, before her mother-in-law does, before Paul does, before anyone. The first person to know that Nicola Bulley's gone missing on record is Anne-Marie. Right? Anne-Marie's married to, like, so if Nicola's having an affair with Anne-Marie's husband, and they're meeting up at that bench right near close to where he lives with his mom and got access to those caravan things, and I don't know, like, then Paul would be fucking furious. He'd fly down there, gym clothes, kicking up a fuss. What if Ron had just walked in, just spotted, interrupted them? What if they're aware they're going to get caught out? I don't know. I'm just like, I'm getting feelings. That's all I can say now. That's what I'm going to say about that. I'm getting feelings, yeah? And I'm not going to, on the internet today, say that Anne-Marie is in with Paul and Emma and they've murdered her. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say that I watch too much telly, maybe. I've seen too many episodes of Emmerdale. Maybe it's that. You know? Maybe it's that. Maybe I'm seeing too many episodes of Emmerdale. But I don't like it. Some of the things add up. Some of them, I'm shocked that these facts have not been made more public, more clearly, more soon. Why would they not? Why have we been told about Penny and Ron, and why have we not been told about Anne-Marie? Why did Ron not mention Anne-Marie? I need to go back to Ron now again. And what I really need to do is whip through all of this so I can, like, do the damn episode and not be up all night talking about the inquest. Ron, Nicola, Bulley. But I just need to. This is the way my brain works. I'm doing what I want. Corey, someone in chat says Corey's better than Emmerdale. But you know what I'm saying, Fiona, don't you? Like, it sounds like I'm describing a plot line in a soap opera rather than the reality of someone's life here. So maybe I'm completely off the mark.
To see you.
You live here?
Well, it has been like that. So you saw the phone, is that right? Yeah.
All the SARPs people will love it when I try and, relate things to actors, won't they? But
yeah. You saw the phone that Friday morning?
Yes.
Yeah, and that was around, was it after 9:30?
I gave a full statement to the police.
Yeah.
He didn't want to tell you. I've already been through this. He didn't want to tell you. I'm not going to get my actions. Doesn't matter if I'm accurate telling you what I'm telling you here. Ron is giving us a qualifying statement. I gave my statement to the police. So, that's what's facts, what I gave to the police. Anything else I say from here on out is just tittle-tattle between you and me. I'll answer a couple of your questions, but don't expect me to dredge my memory and get things right.
The exact time, because my wife's telephone call had the time on it, so. Yeah. But I've given a full statement.
Yeah.
Was it just on the bench, or?
Pardon?
Was it just on the bench?
The phone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's the last 3 weeks been?
Each day something new comes out, doesn't it?
And that sort of stuff. Each day something new comes out. I remember saying at the time, no, it doesn't. Why has he said that? Because we were following the case day by day, and we weren't getting something new coming out. We were bringing new things to the table on social media. Curtis was down there filming new videos, but something new wasn't coming out, certainly not from the mainstream. Like, they had to go there and accost this man on his dog walk to create something new today. So something new is not coming out every day. But maybe in your private life, maybe between the people you're talking to, maybe between Penny and, maybe things have been coming out.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But,
and in terms of,
Big up to Terry Bailey. I don't think he's got lines. I think it's silly to suggest that they're all actors. So you can think it, but I think it's silly. And that's all we'll say about that tonight.
When you saw Phone, Lead and Willow,
no one's offered me any fucking money. Like, I'm involved. I'm a character. You got your main cast. Yeah, like, I'm saying this, I don't want you to think I'm talking psyops. I mean, you've got your main cast though, yeah, like, haven't you? And then you've got your supporting cast. I'm in the supporting cast. I've made loads of videos about it. Thousands of people have watched them. Like, they're not offering me any fucking money. Not even tip me. So I'm telling you, there's no actors and bullshit like that.
You knew who Nicola was.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you knew Willow. That was it, wasn't it? You knew what the you knew Willow.
I knew I'd seen both the owners of Willow walking this dog in the past. But whilst I knew them by face, like I know your face, I didn't know the name.
Yeah. But I remember you actually telling me when you saw the phone that the lead and Willow, you were like, okay, I'm going to keep an eye on it because something doesn't feel right.
I thought somebody had gone to the toilet in the...
So now I'm questioning that. I thought somebody had gone to the toilet in the... and he gestures over. This position we're saying some people think he's gesturing at the brick building, but I don't think he is. I think he's gesturing further up. And I was suggesting it might have been in the bushes. Now we know that Penny approaches from that position in the bushes from that other side of the stile, which I didn't know before. I didn't assume she was there. And again, I don't know that she's there, but we're saying that she come over a stile. She's saying it. So if she's come over from here, I don't think, like, it could have been possible. You could put your phone and stuff down on the bench, jump over this stile and go for a shit in the bush. Like, I wouldn't go for a shit in the bush. Sorry for using crude language. Go for a wee in the bush or whatever. It could be that you could do that. Or, you know, you could just be a little bit further down, sitting by or over here, and you could be spotted. Someone might say, well, your dog's there and your stuff's there. What are you doing over there? You're probably just going for a wee in the bushes. You could have seen Penny over here, and you might have thought someone's in the bushes going for that. Might be why you thought that. You might think because there's a phone and a lead and nobody around and a dog, then there should be someone, so they must be nearby. And if they're not nearby, what would I do? Why would my dog be running about on its own? I might pop over the stile and have a piss in the bushes. So it could be that. You know, it could be that. But my concern, like I said, is that he's actually spotted someone in the bushes and it's Nicola or somebody else. And like, if you're seen and you have to then abandon your plan, and I don't know what's going on. It feels like there's some deeper subtext here in some way.
You know, that was my first. I got to about this red brick building here, and
like Ron's not supposed to have seen this person in the bushes, are they? Has he really seen someone in the bushes, or did he just think there was someone in the bushes? I don't get the full account from Ron, so I don't know. I can't question him on that. But I really want to know why he thought there was someone taking a wee. Was it just the dog? Was it just an idle thought? Or is there something else that pointed you to that? Because he's looking back and staring and giving this expression of anxiety and worry. And he's thinking about the time that he walked past there and there was a dog. Not the bit with Penny and the stuff that happened after. He's thinking about, the first sign that he saw.
This is not right.
This is not right, he thinks.
And then there was a conversation, but my wife was trying to ring me, I was trying to ring her. Penny had rung my wife.
Yeah. And all these people said that, he's involved in the family. I don't know that. Penny said that, some people say that he's the brother-in-law of Penny and this and that. I don't know any of that. I'm not putting that in my facts bank. But big ups Collected Tube over from the bushes. You and Andy in the bushes. And the campsite toilets, Linda Kay, very good point. So that's the other thing I want to point out, is could he have assumed that someone was using some of the facilities at the campsite? Could he have seen someone walking up and back from there? Does that point towards Nicola having an illicit meeting with somebody? Does that point towards Nicola having an illicit meeting with the son from the campsite? Does his wife immediately know Nicola's missing because, rather than deal with this in public, they've dealt with it in private in some way? I find this to throw up more questions again than my problem with the we're supposed to be doing a fact-finding issue, right? That was incorrect. The facts were incorrect. We found out some of them. So we've already found out some facts have been incorrect, yeah? And then we've got facts that throw up more questions. And since you've proven to me that some of the things that were in the public media to start with are now incorrect, things the police said are now incorrect. She didn't have alcohol in her system. She did not have, therefore, alcohol issues because you're not an alcoholic and going 3 days without a drink. Now we're giving more facts that don't contradict, but throw up lots more questions. Nicola, I'm not going to say Masons myself. I think if you're in the Masons and this is going on and you're protecting Paul Ansell, you're a fucking nutter, because Paul Ansell's not worth protecting, is he? He's just a low down nobody. So the Masons would probably have killed him as well. So rather than let him wander around with information, they would just bin him off. And the same thing with this drug dealing thing as well. There's a more serious conspiracy subtext about drug dealing in the area and stuff like that. Again, I think gangsters and mafia people would would rather protect themselves than, like, if you're prepared to do one murder, why not do two? You know, so I don't really follow that through like that myself. It feels a lot more like, if Nicola were to have been murdered, it feels a lot more like, and I have to be careful saying what I'm saying, even though, you know, I don't really care. I think Nicola's probably been murdered still, but it would be more of a crime of passion. That's why I was on Paul straight away, because the majority of women who are murdered, but you know, it's by their husbands, and like violent, aggressive men that commit crimes of passion, they call it. It's not passion, it's hatred rather than passion. But things kick off, things go wrong, and then you have to cover them up. Would make sense as a narrative, wouldn't they? And then why have we got these other people in the story, like Penny and Anne-Marie now? It adds up. I thought it was Emma and Paul having an affair together, therefore that, you know, but it could all, and I'm not trying to throw shade on Nikki, you know, I think she was probably trying to escape from her relationship, and there was a possibility of that with somebody else maybe. And then at that point I'm stopping, and I'm not going any further than that, because I don't know anything about Anne-Marie, and I don't know anything about whether Nicola was, you know, having an affair with someone else, and whether Paul was racing down there. I don't know that. So, but I'm saying this throws up those ideas where before they weren't in the public conversation. Now it's thrown up those ideas in my mind. So that's what I'm going to say about that. God, this is heavy, isn't it? Like, this is heavy stuff. Much more likely to believe that somebody's had an affair than I'm to believe the Masons have put someone in a spaceship and fired them off to Bigfoot's house, you know? Much more likely to believe that someone's had an affair rather than I'm to believe that the mainstream media and the police have engaged in an elaborate cover-up. I understand with the cover-up aspect, like maybe they just can't be asked to. I'd rather hope and believe that they don't have the resources and can't be asked to follow through if they don't have to, than they've decided to cover up a murder, you know? Let's go back to the tweets. Where did you say water on ground? Phone was lit up, line across a man name in each box. I don't know what that really means. I think it means that it's on the works call. Where was water on ground? Did I just miss that? I thought I just saw it. This is tripping me out. I literally just saw the words water on ground on the screen. My brain is saying I saw them. Now I can't see them. Caravan owner continued, saw a man walking towards me from a brick building when I was tying the dog up, presumably Ron. I said, I'm tying this dog up. He just laughed. Well built, 6 foot, 70 years, had a dog with him. Believe he's a local. He just laughed. Ron account, you know, conversations back and forth between him and his wife. You'd be surprised that he would just laugh and not say, oh, I've just called my wife about this. Then we go on to witnesses. Where was water in the ground? How am I tripping? You said it in chat. A question there from Public Art Critic. Where can we read the whole inquest info? Unfortunately, we're beholden to the media. So we've got the way that it's been reported in the mainstream media, and then we've got the way that Mark Williams-Thomas is my first port of call, because he's tweeting from the inquest what he perceives to be the most important things. So he's my preferred newsgate in this instance. But the full inquest will eventually be available, I'm sure, and we will be going over that. Where is water on the ground? Why did you said it in chat, didn't you? Only my opinion, yes, says Pauline. Yeah, you're right. Correct, Gregory Davis. Emma's husband never seems to be mentioned. He works in London in a hotel, so he stays in London working at the hotel when he's there, seasonally, I think. Scroll up once. I'll read these through again to see I'm not missing anything. Witness saw Willow undergrowth, not Nikki at the stage. 5 minutes earlier, Willow with Nicola Bulley, lower field. Yeah. Inquest, caravan park owner saw a loose Springer Spaniel near to bench, not chaotic, climbed over stile, mobile on bench, dog harness between bench and ground, worried about dogs, so tied up to bench. Cont, I'll press Cont just in case it continues underneath, which it doesn't. Mark could have, and this does annoy me a little bit, but no offence, Mark, if you ever hear this, you can do a tweet and then you can do add tweet, add tweet, add tweet and create what we call a thread, and then you just have the thread. It's much, much better than doing this. But it's not awful what you've done. It's just, you know, that nowadays on Twitter people create threads. Inquest, caravan owner continued. Saw a man walking towards me from brick building tying dog up. Believe he's a local. Where is water on the ground? Inquest, witnesses are being spoke. Just nicking on Bulley on the door. It's right there. What am I tripping? For fuck's sake, was the harness halfway between water and ground? There, yeah, sorry, yes. Got it. How did I... My brain just wouldn't let me see that then for some reason. Approached stile and saw a loose Springer Spaniel near to the bench, not chaotic. Climbed over stile and saw a dog harness between bench and water on ground. So they mean between the bench and the water. Like, it's Mark's syntax, that's what's troubling. They saw the dog harness between the bench and the river. There was no water on the ground. That's not what they're talking about, I assume. Seeing the dog harness between the bench and the water, comma, on ground. On the ground. Like, it's confusing because the syntax could be read both ways, I think. Hi, Fantastic Ether. Sorry about the notifications. Sorry about jumping on late as well. Yeah, just is what it is. Okay, we're good, we're good. Right, we've got Mark Thomas actually doing some talking now, so...
Nicola Bulley started slightly late this morning. Behind me...
Mark is my Isla! Sorry, can I just cheer up the mood a little bit and give Mark a kissy? Can I just cheer up the mood? I'm sorry I said that about your tweets, Mark. I don't care if they're not in a thread. I'm a bit surprised that you're on TikTok. I suppose you've got to do what you've got to do. Michael Barrymore's on TikTok as well. I'm not going to bother. You can have your kissy now. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for your kissy. Lost my weed. No, earlier on I dropped my tubby and... I've got all the big bits, but some of the smaller bits went on the floor. I've still got them there as a patch on the carpet. I'm going to be picking over that later and seeing if I can retrieve some of it. No, I'm good. It's time for a kissy. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. I think it was right that somebody like Mark went and represented there today. And I'm glad that I didn't have to do that, to be honest. I felt it would have been inappropriate for me to turn up YouTuber with a wig, you know. The family are there. I'm glad that Mark's there doing this. Thank you, Mark. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Is the coroner's inquest taking place in relation to Nicola Bulley? Started slightly late this morning as we had to wait for the family to get in. The first piece of evidence we heard was from the pathologist who'd carried out the post-mortem. Her analysis was that there was no third party involved. Nicola Bulley sadly died as a result of drowning. That evidence as a result of what was in her body, in her lungs. She says there was no injury, there was no trauma injury to her body in any way at all, no broken bones. There was alcohol in her system.
Get a microphone, right? Because you're top media people. Just get a little microphone that you plug into your phone. It's very simple.
That was entirely consistent
because you won't have this
bacterial when your body dies. There was also paracetamol, but again, that was consistent with normal.
This is your tweets that you just said. Okay, I don't need to listen to that now then. Inquest. Rebecca Smith talking through the timeline of the investigation. What we're doing today is we're doing Mark's tweets. I'm then jumping over to the mainstream. In the future episodes, which there will be a lot of, we will do all of this. You know, I'll go through all of this. Anything we miss, no problem. I'm trying to find a way in and through today. So this is the way we're doing it. Rebecca Smith talking through the timeline of the investigation. Key points of interest. Grapes Pub and Car Park. Wireside Caravan Park. Bench and upper field and lower field. Also the 4 entrance and exits. Fair enough. I'm disappointed that we didn't have a point of interest. Nicola's home. Her home. You know, I'm disappointed in that.
Waters some months later and did a test. His expert opinion was at times quite poor. There was an awful lot of assessment. He talked in terms of it being a depth of 1
He's doing videos now of his
meter,
tweets, which is good.
2 meters.
Contact me, Mark. Next time you're doing something like this, Mark, why don't you just have me there with my cameras doing you a proper job with you? Like, I won't even need loads of... I've probably done that for free for you, Mark. That would have been a way I'd have done that. Me and Mark need to get in touch because I've got loads of ability. Like, I've got cameras. I'm a media producer. Not messing about as well. Proper cameras, microphones, you know, the proper setup. I've been a media producer that's had... I'm a producer of a documentary that went on Netflix, so I've got a little bit of credits there. Like, I'm not just some nutter on the internet. Next time, Mark, you and me, I'll do the video for free. I would rather be outside and not inside the inquest, and when you came out, do the interview with you. I'd have done it for free. Okay. So, approximately 9:10, last sighting of Nikki. 9:18, last human interaction with Nikki on the phone. She gets a WhatsApp message. That's not a human interaction from Nikki on the phone. Unless you're saying that someone was spoken to her on the phone, she gets a WhatsApp message. I don't think it's proper. 9:20, phone on area of bench. 9:27, WhatsApp message, no location, movement of handset. 9:33, Penny, phone on bench, Willow running loose. So we're saying timeline of the phone. 10:32, Nikki's phone is moved from the bench by witnesses trying to call to establish who it belongs to. From 10:42 to 10:48, 7 contacts, call messages from Paul to Nikki's phone are unanswered. I still find this troubling. How are the calls being unanswered if people are holding the phone trying to ascertain who it belongs to? Like, wouldn't you just answer it? 7 contacts, calls / messages. We don't know how many calls and messages. When messages come up, even if you can't open it, sometimes you can see it. I mean, how have they not answered that phone? Approximately 11:10, Paul arrived. Just after 1100, Paul calls 999. So Paul calls the police at 1100 and arrives at 11:10. That's consistent with him saying he called them on the way in the car. I'm assuming these are phone records. Colette, who's my Isla? I was saying that Mark can be my Isla now.
We've just heard evidence from...
He's better than Isla, isn't he? Like, he gets things right. I'm going to have to dig into the nitty-gritty of timelines at a different point because it's too much for my brain, like numbers and messing about. Not the way I feel right now, anyway. Continued. Asked by the coroner if any third-party involvement. Categorically no. 9:01, Nikki dialed into the Teams call. Nobody heard anything. The call was muted. At 9:30, it ended, but Nikki remained logged in. What do you mean, categorically no? Just throw that in there. Any third-party involvement? Categorically no. Although there was somebody there in the area that we have not been able to account for. This man in black. There was somebody there, but categorically no other people were involved. Categoric. Oh, because we've got a witness that saw her. So they're not involved then, are they? That person that saw her. I mean, what do you mean? They're the person that gives me the alibi to say that there was nobody else there. Because they saw, if they'd seen someone else there, then there could be someone else. They weren't involved then. No, definitely not. Categoric. How can you be so certain? When Nikki's body was recovered, on the body was the Mercedes car keys, a Fitbit watch. Nikki did not have headphones, so that puts that idea of her using headphones and not holding the phone in the bin then, doesn't it? I hold my phone out in front of me when I'm walking and talking. Nine 0922 was the highest heart rate. What does that mean? At the moment, at 0922, her Fitbit recorded her highest heart rate, and exactly what it was and those details. I want to cover this as well. She is struggling. The calls from. I want to cover those calls the back and forth, the phone and the calls. So we're moving through them a bit here on your timeline here, Mark, but he's picking this out, 0922, the highest heart rate. Is that to suggest that at the minute of 0922 something was happening to her to raise her heart rate? Are we to say that that's when she fell in? And how is the Fitbit now giving us records from the day when all the way leading up to this, people have said the Fitbit stopped giving us records about 4 days before? Questions more than answers. And the necklace. We haven't discussed the necklace. DC Greenhall, digital expert. GPS accuracy is under 10 metres. Fitbit Versa 4 on wrist. Lost power 4th of February, 27th of Jan. 8 to 9:30 shows 4,548 steps. Nothing after 9:30. Hang on. It's confusing, that is, to me. It lost power on the 4th of February. Okay, but on the 27th of January, it did have power. So it was still working throughout the process of her death. It shows 4,548 steps between 8 and 9:30, but nothing after 9:30. I'm very, very concerned to find out whether she's taking steps after she's apparently died. You said 8 to 9:30. Is that the cut-off, or did it cut off at 9:22 or whatever? Because her highest heart rate was at 9:22, so did she die at exactly 9:30 and stop taking steps? 9:22 to 9:30 is 8 minutes. So between that time, what's going on? 4,548 steps, as Jackie says, or Puncture the Narrative says in chat there, not in chat, in Twitter. I'm not getting confused here, don't worry. I know whose chat is what. But they've said it's a lot of steps. Is that a lot of steps? In chat, you're going to have to tell me. Do you do Fitbits? That's when the dog argument occurred with Penny, says David Williams. It's certainly a rising heart rate could definitely be an argument, couldn't it? Or being caught out, or seeing someone, or, you know, having a bonk, or all sorts of stuff. 8 minutes to carry the body, says Lottie. These are all ideas that we're throwing up now. We're asking questions. Got to be careful, haven't we? But this is a question that I really want somebody to tell me about. How many steps do you do? Because I don't do my Fitbit steps. I don't know. You know, I walk my dog around the block, but how many steps am I doing? How many? Had she been on this whole dog walk? Is that 4,000 steps around the field, do you think? Glenn Hall, excuse me all, Scott's theory is the real. He's obviously careful, but he knows and he's confided in you, Sarah. I don't know why you're picking out Sarah there. Sarah's my mod because she's the one that knows how to use the computer the most. The reason we picked Sarah as the mod is because she knows how to use all the different, like she knows how to use Discord and everything, like she's teaching me. Glenn Hall says, lost your weed again. Like if you want to, I'm going to time you out now, Glenn Hall, because we discussed that and I took you seriously, but you're on timeout now. Don't do that again. Otherwise, you know. Stargazing says it's about 2 miles. Drama Llama says it's a dog walk. Luke says, I do 10,000. That's roughly an hour. 4,000 is a lot that early, says Brum Vixen. I mean, it's either... It's the amount of steps that you do between your house and the car, and then the car and the dropping the kids off, the walk to the field, and then whether you're going around the field or not. That's the only amount of space and time you've got for doing those steps. I'm to assume that she did walk around a bit in the morning. I don't know the answer. You're telling me it's a lot of steps. Some people are saying it's consistent with the amount of stuff that she's been walking. Oh, sorry, Glenn Hall. Right, I apologise, Glenn Hall. Glenn Hall, yeah, I did knock something over on the desk and it made a noise. So, right, I apologise. When you come back from timeout, you're back from timeout. I apologise for timing you out. That's my fault for, being on troll watch. So sorry for that. I apologise. You will be, when you come back from... I'm glad that I don't ban people so quick, because when you're back from the timeout, you get an apology, you're back, so don't worry. You're not back yet. It's only 30 seconds. Don't worry, though. Standard Daily Life says 4,000 steps works out exactly. Okay. So what we are saying then is that she did... This is one important thing then. She did stop moving. I don't know, it says about heartbeat. It says... he's saying the highest heart rate was at 9:22, but does that mean an absence of heart rate? It lost power on the 4th of Feb. When did the heart rate stop? The Fitbit is probably the best thing we've got. Although, I would also counter with this. You could put on a Fitbit and run around, and then you could put it on the dead body and say she's been running around. I do like the idea that it's consistent with all the other things that seem to be happening. If you took it off, it would stop registering, even if you were still alive. You'd have to be pretty sharp. You'd have to be pretty sharp to know that she's wearing a Fitbit and that you need to remove it. And that goes in a plastic bag and doesn't show any... Like, if you've got a Fitbit and you put it in a plastic bag in your pocket, does it still look like it's doing steps? Or does it need to be attached to your wrist? Like, how do you stop it from doing the steps? Robin Hood says 3,535 steps is 2.47 km. I thought the report said it stopped working 3 days before. Exactly, April. We've been misled. Or we're being misled here. But this is the digital expert in the Inquest, so I'm more likely to trust this. I'm not going to go conspiracy nutter and say the digital expert they brought in is going to tell a lie and risk their own career for a random piece of psyopery. You just need to shake it, says Lovely Jubbly. I don't know. I don't know if it needs to be attached to you to read your heartbeat to say I'm doing steps or not. But there's an open question again. It's not an answer at the inquest. It's another open question. The Fitbit shows this information. Does that prove these things? Because you've got to be careful with these things. Like, if people are trying to cover things up and there's crimes, you can get around. Like, oh, it's logical that she died then because it stopped working at that moment. But it doesn't mean that... It means the Fitbit stopped working. In the same way as people say the phone arrived at the bench, not Nicola took the phone to the bench. We need to be careful about what we say. Would it record the movement of a dog if attached to a collar? Yeah, good question, Kay. I am no expert on Fitbits, and I'm not going to even find out now. I'm just going to raise the questions, throw them up in the air, and we've got more work to do in the future, of course. Digital expert continues. The Fitbit, after the morning of the 27th, showed no confidence level of 3 movement activity. The watch showed a heart rate until the 4th of Feb. This could be explained by movement in the water of Nikki or water between the wrists and the watch. That's incredible. I don't know. The digital expert is telling me that the watch can show a heart rate until the 4th of February, even if you're dead in the water. I mean, you're going to have to show me and prove that. I don't... What are you on about? What showed a heart rate until the 4th of Feb? She went missing on the... on 27th of January. Getting that right. 27th of January, and it... after the morning of the 4th of Feb, so it showed no confidence of level 3 movement. It took a full month before the Fitbit decided you were dead. Even though it stopped reading a heart rate on the 4th of Feb, the rest of it From 4th of Feb to 27th of Feb, it was only until the 27th of Feb it showed no confidence of level 3 movement activity. I find that very strange, but it's a technical thing. But it showed a heart rate until the 4th of February. And you're telling me that's because she was in the river dead and the water was going under her wrist and that was making it show a heart rate. And I'm saying to you, fucking absolute bollocks. Just stop talking bollocks. I can't say it any clearer, can I? You're gonna. I don't care if you can have them bring me a, you can put my car on one of those rolling roads, yeah, with all your computers and all your system in the garage, and you can say, oh look, it goes up to 200 miles an hour, your car. No, it fucking doesn't. I've driven it. It'll only go up 200 miles an hour if you're throwing it off a cliff. It doesn't go 200 miles an hour. Oh, we can get it up to 200 miles an hour in the lab with all of our kit. You can tell me that Fitbit shows a heart rate. You can put it on and put it on a stick and roll it around in the river and it could get a heart rate out of it. I'm not going to have you tell me that for several days it was on the wrist of a dead person in the water and it showed that they had a heart rate. Surely a heart rate must be consistent. Not like 1 beat a minute. How much does a heart rate require for it to show a heart rate? Super Chuffer wrong on that one, am I? I'm sorry if I'm just a normal person talking, feelings here, but really? Like, really? I know that you can get electrical equipment can be fucked about with water, but a heart rate, like a regular repeating pattern. I'm never going to find that out until further down the line. I'm going to have to find that out. That goes on the list. I should be making notes of things that, this is it. This is the list, isn't it? Mark Thomas has been doing it for us. I find it incredible. I assume that this is not being sent back to Fitbit HQ live, while she's in the water. I assume this has had to be recovered from the Fitbit at a later date. But it showed a heart rate until the 4th of February. Coroner, giving his assumption from digital evidence, states that he concludes that Nikki went into the water at 9:18, but before 9:30, and most likely 9:22 because of the Fitbit. No distance by Fitbit travelled after 9:30. So, what? Okay, so you're telling me, bear in mind, right, this is what they're telling me through the prism of Mark Thomas's tweets. The distance by the Fitbit after 9:30, no distance. I don't like any of this. I find it really inconsistent. But yet, Nikki went miles upriver. Like, how do you measure distance on a Fitbit? Does it not count that you're floating up the river then? Because their whole case in this inquest it hinges on the idea that she went in here, but she floated up there. And she floated for like an hour, apparently, before... Am I wrong now? We say she only floated for 8 minutes, Dave H says. Maybe it's that. 8 minutes got her 8 metres. They said she was floating a metre at... No, they didn't. How long did they... Oh, see, I'm too many numbers in my head now that I'm not... I'm better at talking about my feelings today than these details. But Stargazing says, thank you for the super chat, $4.99. I had a Fitbit once. The actual watch will record info, but if you sync it up to your phone to a heart rate on a dead body, not. Yeah. I can't... It's like someone's telling me just a load of bollocks on this, and the bollocks starts to trip itself up, because you go in the water, your Fitbit's still got a heartbeat going, but it's not measuring distance travelled, but you're definitely travelling up the water. Look at this. Amy, you should stop tweeting all these details. All it does is encourage the armchair detectives who think they know better. Amy's got an opinion. I'm glad that we've got you to tell us to shut up, Amy. Otherwise, I'd have accidentally spoken about it on the internet for going on 3.5 hours now. I'm not an armchair detective. Don't spend all my time in the armchair, and I'm not a detective. That one's baffled me, and I've put it in the big red flag box. I'm sure someone could explain to me how it absolutely makes sense, but they're going to need to, because at the moment it doesn't. Inquest, Nicola Bulley ended for... Okay, that's the end of the day, so I'm glad that we've managed to get through all of his tweets. 3.5 hours. That gives me freedom now to talk through these things with a bit more depth, as long as I feel I want to. I'm going to go back to the speak pipe, because I've been asking you to send me your speak pipes. So I'm going to go quickly back now and see if anyone else has sent me any more speak pipes while we've been going. Let's reload that. No, you haven't. I'll give you a 5. I thought you'd all be like on this, because one of the things that we have the facility of doing here, again, I'll put it in chat now. All you have to do, if you've been watching this and you've been dying to say what you want to say and you want to get your voice out, obviously money helps, because the super chats, I read them out, don't I? But you've also got the facility here of speaking into that pipe. It's on your phone, it's on the internet, whichever thing you're using.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Thank you, Amber Lily.
Amber Lily sent tippies. Just started watching after work. Please don't be sad, sending positive vibes.
It really does help talking
Super
to people.
Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
I hope she hears this, because if she's just watching at the start now and she's tipping there, she's out of sync. But big up, Sadie. This will be closed accidental death. Nothing to see here. It won't be Nikki taking her own life. At least they'll save her that dignity. Yeah, we've got tomorrow to come, haven't we, for the final verdicts, I suppose. They're obviously building towards it, aren't they? They've been very clear about certain things today, haven't they? They've been very clear about she went in the river. She went in the river here. There was nobody else done anything to her. You know, yeah. The shame, the worst thing about that, in my opinion, will be that the knock-on effect, like talking about that woman in a tweet about armchair detectives, the knock-on effect is that we will talk about it for a long time. Nobody stopped talking about Madeleine McCann. Nobody stopped talking about, well, it annoys me I can't remember her name off the top of my head every time. I'm not going to be able, what was her name? Not Shannon Matthews, she was under the bed. There's a girl in the UK. Not a girl, maybe a woman. She was a chef. Claudia Lawrence. Claudia Lawrence. This is a good time to bring this up. She's not the Nicola Bulley's not the first one, and you're right. You know, they're going to have their statement about this was inconclusive, wasn't it? Never, no one ever found her. Didn't find a body though, so they didn't have like a statement on that. But nobody found no. I assume it's still an open investigation, but they had her on CCTV walking to work. She's gone. We still talk about Madeleine McCann. We still, I mean, I'm on YouTube, True Crime Space. We could do a whole episode on this. We could still talk about this, of course. It's up to me now, isn't it? It's up to the mainstream media, who are still doing this 13 years on. But it seems like between me and the media, our media, your people, you've got social media. This is social media, so you're all now involved. We're all part of this group. Like, I'm media. I'm a person on social media like you are. Like, we're in this together. It's up to us to keep talking about this, isn't it? SB 56 says, I hope Nikki gets the justice she deserves. I feel like it's not happening. But yeah. I was going to make this point that I believe that people won't stop talking about it because they didn't stop talking about Madeleine McCann. But I note that they did stop talking. They haven't stopped. They're still talking about it. I'm still talking about it. It's in the news 13 years on. But do you know what I mean? Like, the public appetite for it has faded with this particular case. So it's possible there's a spectrum of that. And it's possible that after years, Peter Charles Hatton says Jill Dando, yeah. You know, it's possible that after some years, the appetite for the conversation dissipates. Certainly for someone like Alan, who's, you know, proposing for his, I see his, you know, he's got those money signs in his eyes, hasn't he? The next 20 weeks are going to be talking about Nicola Bulley until forever and getting money, and I'm the only one still flying the flag for her, so you should support me, and, you know, all this business. So, but it might be that the appetite for it dissipates, and that the social media channels who utilise Nicola's death for their finance become disillusioned with the drop in numbers, you know. Or it might be that it's like Madeleine McCann, something that even to this day, like, I don't feel bad about doing my stuff about Madeleine McCann. Like, I've got a full playlist on Madeleine McCann. People are still interested, and, you know, some of the information we bring to light in this, the sniffer dogs, you know, stuff like that, because we read through the book written, they tried to ban the book written by the lead investigator, and I think he was doing quite good on the investigation. You know, he even put them as suspects, didn't he, Aguados? So we read through the book, we talked about the body language, the embedded confessions videos, the Rich Hall stuff that got removed from the internet, so at least some of that's in that as well. And then we've got my body language analysis of an interview. Then we did this episode on forensic psychology of Madeleine McCann in 2022. You know, people have still got an appetite for that, haven't they? I think Nicola Bulley will end up somewhere between Madeleine McCann and Claudia Lawrence. I'm saying it right now, yeah, you're right. Good point. It's when I'm thinking about it, I say it wrong, because whenever I type it, I have to type it right, and I go Madeleine. So when I'm thinking about it, I say it wrong. Saber Crosby says Peter Lawrence, her father, passed away in 2021 without ever knowing what happened to his daughter. Exactly. I still think about this. I don't remember all the details of everything, but, you know, this was in the news. I was alive. You know, I still think about other cases. There's lots of them. So maybe we'll keep talking about it. I'm reflecting on that, I suppose. I'm just reflecting on that aspect of it now because of what Eddie said. The children have to grow up in that world as well, and I'm aware. I don't think they're going to necessarily want to watch all of the stuff I've done, but at some point they might be curious. And I do hope that they understand. You know, I care about them. I care. I wanted to. When I saw Paul's interview on the television, I felt instinctively that something was up, and I wanted to. I suppose at some point, I wanted to like throw my hat in the ring and say my piece, you know. But to find the truth, my best hope was that they were going to arrest Paul Ansell, and we were all going to go and it was going to. I didn't want it to be murdered, but at least we'd find the truth, you know. And if I don't know, you know. If he like, oh no, it's bad you're saying that about him. He's their dad, and they got to live. And like, he might not have murdered her and stuff. But do you know what I mean? That was my honest feeling. So I'm not afraid to state them. So I'm in it as well. We're all in it, aren't we? I don't know. I'm just reflecting on it there. Just reflecting on those aspects of it. I also wanted to say to the Tippy, thank you for the Tippies. My feelings, it is good to talk. It's good to have people in chat here and to talk with you. It makes me feel better about it. And people have been very supportive tonight. Of course, financially, and I'm very grateful for that. We've managed to do a massive donation to save the children because of that. So that's huge. Thank you, Stargazing. And it's more than, it's not emotional support so much that I'm talking about, but it's this, it's understanding there's people, like I've seen you all in chat tonight, you know, that have got similar feelings. I don't feel I'm alone in thinking this, you know. I think I'm okay as well in throwing ideas around on the internet because I'm respectful and cautious about that. So at least you understand that it goes on in my mind that I question, should I say this? Is this okay? What happens if our children hear this? You know, and I override it all really with, I'm in service of the truth. Hello, Sharon. Hello. Andy's put a link in the Discord about true crime and Fitbits. Cool. Yeah, I'll look into it. That's going to have to be a bigger thing. I'm going to have to learn about Fitbits and what can and can't be corroborated with this. But there's a couple more things I want to come back to here. So I want to come back to this she is struggling and these phone calls before we finish today, because this is another big aspect of today's that I don't think we've talked about fully. Penny called her daughter-in-law, Anne-Marie, and asked about the dog. She said, "Oh no, it's Nikki's dog. Nikki's gone missing." That would have been huge if we'd heard that at some other point. All of a sudden, this is thrown in at the end as like garnish. Anne-Marie knew that Nikki had gone missing. She knew the dog by description. I would like to know, I mean, thanks, Lottie. I hope hopefully it does come across. I would like to know if Anne-Marie is friends with Nicola. I'd like to know if Anne-Marie has children and they go to the same school. I'd like to know if Anne-Marie was there at the school that day. I'd like to know so much more.
Be happier.
Swish and then whoosh.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Scott just got home catching up. Long night in Tottenham and 17 fun and games on the streets. In the next life him coming back as a night porter in a hospital. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Big ups. I don't know what's been going on in Tottenham and 17. Big ups. Yeah, shouts out, Sid. She said it's, oh no, Nikki's dog's gone missing. Much love, Super. Counting squares, yeah. Like, we have politics and it comes out sometimes, doesn't it? Like, we all have them. It's like arseholes. Everyone is one. You know what I mean? But I really don't, if you voted this or you voted that, or you think conservative or this or that, even some of the more harsh things, some people have got nationalist ideas and other stuff, and I really don't like it, but I'm open to people being here and being part of the conversation and, sharing ideas. And I think that
AUD Bod sent tippies. Thank you, Scott. Good v bad winter is coming. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, good versus bad is right. Bigs up Snood, Super Chuffer Larry. I'm Larry now, apparently. The thing I think most about this politics, right, is that it serves the politicians more than anyone. Really, doesn't it? People get into politics for their own selfish ends. Like Boris Johnson took all that money, whether you like it or not, he got nice curtains. Whether you're on his side or not, he got nice curtains. We didn't get nice curtains. Yeah? So we're in it together here. Even if you have different politics to me, we can be friends, we can pull together. And maybe in the long term, when other questions are asked of us politically, we're in a better position because we listen to each other and we understand each other's points of view. And you can see that I'm not like some terrible Antifa troll or something weird, It's important that we pull together and we don't allow that politics to divide us, because that politics doesn't serve us as it divides us. It serves the people who go into politics. So I worry about that incredibly, and I'm really glad that you can be here and enjoy this space, even if other times I've offended your worldview of the politics. And what's interesting about politics as well is you can't just be one or the other. Even if I'm a bit left and you're a bit right, like there'll be some issue that we agree on and there'll be some issue we disagree on, and they might not be in the same thing, because you can't just say, right, all of the issues are in this one circle. I mean, take animal abuse and fox hunting. Like, that would be seen as a left-wing thing, wouldn't it? Because the Conservatives are on the horses running out the foxes. But, the Venn diagrams overlap sometimes. So, ABC, Larry Chuffer, I hope. Who's Larry Chuffer? I'm Larry now. I'll have to take the meme on and live it. I'm Larry, super leisure suit Larry. And that goes for all of you in chat as well. Sometimes you have to discuss things with each other in chat and have different opinions. And sometimes this is social media. I want to make this point before we finish as well. This is social media. You're in social media now. I'm on it now talking to you. And this Twitter, what you will find in the coming days as you have your opinions and share them in social media is at some point, you've seen it before, the argument will start. Some back and forth. Oh, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. Oh, you're this and that and you chuffer. And you might feel hot inside. You might start to think, I've got to reply to this now because, I think this and that's stupid what they've said. I've got to reply to that now. No, you don't. The most important thing is, in my opinion, is at that moment, put the phone down and, when you feel the heat, the energy rise, the anger, it's time to just take a step back and say, this is just triggering me. SB56, thank you for the £2 for saying what we're all thinking. Thanks. It's about being able to say, no, like, this is like a vortex sucking me in, like a bad energy sucker. Don't want to get sucked off by the, don't mind getting sucked off by the bad energy, to be honest, but I don't mind getting sucked off by Twitter, but you don't want to get sucked down the bad energy hole. It can drain your energy, and at the end of it, you've done a big argument on some tweets, and the other person behind the tweets at the other end is possibly equally angry, and neither of you have read through what the other has said and said, you know what, you've made a good point there. Like, it feeds, the fire feeds the fire, and it doesn't, again, I'm talking about what serves you. When I talk about what serves you, how we talk about service of, I'm going to relate it to religion, even though not everyone agrees in all the religions, but service of God, service of the truth, service of justice. Today we're talking about serving higher powers and what serves you in your life, in your day-to-day. Like, I see Wayne Worcester baggy boing boing. Every time I see Wayne Worcester baggy boing boing, I think of being at the football and the baggies going boing boing, baggies, right?
Lisa and Kurt sent tippies. Thank you for your stream tonight. So strong, even though you were feeling the forces against you, mate.
True that.
Big UPS Super Chuffer XX.
That's when you're at that's when I'm at my strongest.
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
That's when I'm at my strongest. Like, the harder they push, the stronger I'll stand. Every time I see boing boing baggies in chat, right, as a blue nose, I remember being at the football and them all being at the other end going boing boing baggies, and we were all like boing boing fuck off, and like, this back and forth. But I also remember talking to my mate who was a baggies fan at the pub, and having a laugh and a joke, and when like Birmingham teams and Midlands teams are up against the Manchester teams, having a watch of the baggies, keeping an eye on their result, wanting them to stay up as much as I want them to go down sometimes. There's a camaraderie in football support, right? You think I'm going off track now, but get this. When we come together as England fans, we put aside some of our differences and we support the team. And seeing that in chat, what serves you in your life, right? Going to the football with my dad, and as a lifetime now, it's something that I'm grateful for. I'm part of a group, and we pull together and we sing together, and when one of you is down, we pick you up, and nobody wants to see anyone get their leg broken, and okay, football's got this darker side with some violence attached to it in places, but you know what I mean, right? When you go to the football, you pay for your money for your ticket and you go and watch a game, but it serves you because you're part of a community, and you get a sense of joy, and you're pushing together for a greater common good. And that simple act of enjoying sport, right? That simple act of enjoying sport, that serves you. Do you know what I mean? It like does you good in your heart. What we do here, arguing on Twitter, not Mark here I'm pointing out, I'm saying, social media.
Brett sent tippies. I'm phoning in sick tomorrow. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Big ups, phoning sick. Don't go to work and get some more money for taking to drop me more tippies. No, I really appreciate it. It's important, right? It's important that we realise in life what serves us. This argumentative aspect of social media, this aggressive back and forth, this question time, this politics, this the Nicola Bulley case as well. A lot of people have been involved in this for all good reasons, but I'm going to say something that sounds a bit harsh, but you've got your own lives, and it's important that you serve the happiness of others, but I can't help others if I can't help myself. So you've got to look at what's serving you in your life and who's distracting you and tearing you down. And so I think when people get, like, we look at, I don't want to alight on COVID because, it's a kettle of fish, isn't it? But Brexit's another example of that. And like, lots of people felt really excited and really angry about lots of ideas back in Brexit vote. I'm not arguing about it now. I'm just saying that right now, all that anger and all that energy and all that, it didn't put any more money in my pocket. It didn't put any in yours. There are some people that get served by some of these processes, and other people are drained. Thank you, Judy Clark, for the £2 super chat. I hope I'm not draining anyone in chat here. Only share with me what if you've got some to share, then I'm grateful to receive it. And that I shared on the other side of it, so it's all good in the hood. We go forward with it. So it's important in my mind. Good for Penny Bunny Fiona if she got 16.8k. I'm assuming viewers and not monies. If she got 16 grand, then good for her on 16 grand. But 16,000 viewers, good for her. Good for her. People like her style, It might not be for me all the time. Good for her. Like I told you, I'm never going back to slating Penny Bunnis again, even though I did a little bit of... but you see what I'm saying, right? You've got to look at what serves you sometimes. And whether it be the politics and whether it be the sucking vortex of the anger on social media, we're going to continue with what we do. And I've got an intent to serve the truth. So I can't allow my energy to end up serving people who want to twist my politics into arguments, who want to... And this goes down to now to the psyops, doesn't it? You know, who does that serve? Are we finding the truth, or are we helping people with a political agenda by confusing and distracting? People talk about distraction in the media and stuff like that, like not knowing who you can trust and not trusting anyone, and like it all goes dark. So my appeal towards the end of today's episode here is, and it's not the end yet because I've still got a bit more to look through here, haven't I? But it's important to be able to step back and think about that. And I'm not saying be selfish.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Donna Brotherton sent tippies.
Thank you, Donna.
You speak the truth. In with you all the way. You're amazing, and like everyone, we want justice from a corrupt system. X love you so
Exactly.
much. Super Chuffer owes 20 hugs.
Thank you. Do you know what? I think I can get to the point of what I'm saying in a slightly different way. I want to make sure that I'm not encouraging people to be selfish, talking about what serves you, you know, what's good for you. It's what's good for everyone. We're so lucky in our lives. My nan, she's not with me anymore, but when it came to caring for her, when COVID hit, my first thought was, we've got to get her into our house. She can't survive on her own at home. She's not on lockdown on her own. We've got to get her into our house. And when she came to live with us, I realised that she needed a lot more help than we were keeping an eye on her. You know, we had Alexa on all day. I was talking to her on Alexa every day, but, you know, I needed to do a lot more for her. So, you know, we did her dinners and helped her in and out of bed and, you know, all that business. We cared for my nan, right? I had no question in my mind that I would do that because she cared for me when I was a kid. You know, and then I would have had 9 uncles, great uncles. My nan would have had 9 brothers, 9 brothers, right? And I would have had them in my life as this like group of benevolent grandparents and friends, you know, they would have been there. But instead, right, Hitler killed all those Jews and started that war. And then those 9 men had to leave home and go to Germany and other countries, and like they died, yeah? Like we've just been through this COVID and stuff. You don't know the people that you don't know that would have been here, the lives, the families they would have had, and they died in service of our freedom, you know? That's why we had, I don't want to get political, but that's why we had the European Union afterwards, because we didn't want that shit going on again. You know, we wanted to be a union together with the good people. It's important to show that respect and to remember those things. So when I'm talking about what serves you, you know, what serves all of us is we're lucky to have the NHS. We're lucky to have people who go to work every day and do something as simple as, like Sid Sophos said, push a porter's bed around in a hospital, or are prepared to, you know, go the extra mile on a school dinner policy plan, or you know, little things that people don't see as being big as well, that make a difference to a child or a difference to someone who's struggling, you know. That service of society, that service of the greater good, that service of community, that does serve you. It serves everyone. And like I've said today, I felt good when we gave the money to charity. You know, that service to others at its greatest, at its most honourable, noble, and yet greatest tragedy, the loss of someone's life in service of someone else. You know, someone putting themselves in the firing line in front of someone else. Like even today, you've got people walking around with their legs blown off because they went to war in Afghanistan and places like that. You know, it's not like it's just stopped, right? And it goes all the way from, like, you know, losing your life in a combat zone to going around your neighbour's house to take them some milk during the COVID. You know, there's a full spectrum of it. Up my road, there's a bench, and people make a mess of that bench. And some little girl, she's put a sticker on it, Lucy, aged 8. She's tidied up the bench and she's put a little bin there. I want to buy it. I'm not going to go knocking on my neighbour's doors. Is that your daughter? But I want to buy her an Xbox. Like, I want to, you know, say to her, like, I'm so grateful, because I don't like people making a mess of that bench. And, you know, you've done a beautiful thing there. Like, we don't all have to lose our lives in a combat zone, but whether you can rescue an animal or, whatever you've got in your life, space that you can share, a way to serve the community in some way, even if it's a little thing, like that serves you more than any argument on Facebook or any aggressive political stance. That serves you and society better. So I'm really grateful for those things. So today I'm most grateful. This is my little, just because I wanted to say thank you for all the people that were being supportive in chat because of the tippy that came in. It's not just the finance, it's the feeling that we're in this together and that we're pushing forward together. It's that respect that and I'm giving it to you in chat. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I feel like that's the end of the episode now, but get her a bike. Too many are stuck on a games console. Fair enough. But you know what I mean? Like, I want to reward her in some way, but I also feel it's a bit strange to go knocking on all my neighbours' doors to discover who's done this lovely thing in our community. Maybe we'll get to it. I was thinking of doing it as a video, asking if they'd want to do it on the stream. Maybe she'd want to come and talk on the stream. But it's a bit much because she's a little girl, so maybe not that. Maybe just buy her something nice. I was going to leave it on the bench, but then someone would steal it, wouldn't they? So I need to find a way of doing that. It's on my back burner in my brain. Maybe one day, I hide £20 under the bin that she empties. I assume she empties it. I don't know who empties it. Yeah, I want to continue on before we finish then about this final point about these phone calls and about Anne-Marie and the dog. But I feel like I've made an emotional conclusion rather than needing to pick out with some of these details now. I think maybe, these details can wait. Maybe it's time to do a bit of decompression. We're nearly 4 hours in. What do you think in chat? What would you rather I do? Would you rather we do a little decompression video of a dog having its hair cut and call it a night? Or would you like to see me push through and discuss Nicola struggling and Paul's statement that she was struggling? Because it gets detailed and picky. In fact, I know in my heart what I want to do, so I'm going to do what I want. I'm not going to do this picky bit about she is struggling. That's an episode. We'll start with that tomorrow, maybe. What do you think? Or I'll just say a little bit about it now and see how I feel. How about that? Sue then came across Anne-Marie Fletcher, Penny's daughter-in-law, who recognised Nicola from the picture. Who's Sue? Right, jumped up one. Susan Jones, the wife of the dog walker who Penny Fletcher had called to ask for help. After finding Willow, is next to give evidence. Her husband, Roger, was out walking the couple's dog, Jet, who Susan has since said passed away. Is this Ron? Roger? Okay, I've decided in my heart of hearts that I want to just quickly talk about these two, because these are the last two, and then I don't necessarily want to go so deep, but... So Susan is Ron's wife. And Ron is called Roger, not Ron. Is Ron a normal nickname for a Roger then? What the fuck's going on? Like, Nicola Bulley's investigation, people, I would be like, oh no, look at that hair was in my, you can't even see it on the screen because the green screen, that hair was in my wig then. Oh no. It's my own fault. It's my own fault. I'm going to be smoking cat hair now. Ron is Roger. Roger is Ron. You do Ron. They do Ron. He told me that his name was Bill. They do Ron. They do. Don't maybe I'm not going to start making jokes now. He told me that his name was Bill. They do Ron. The Ronny Ron.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Hey, sent tippies towards Lucy's bench XX.
She's not dead.
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
But bless, yeah, that bench does need it's cracked. Someone's cracked the metal on it somehow. And the reason she was tidying it up all the time is because people like to go and leave their beer cans around it. And when I go up there, I pick up all the beer cans in my dog poo bags, and because otherwise the mower goes over them and it mows the beer cans, and then the dogs walk in all these cracked bits of beer can. And like the dogs want to eat the lick of the beer can, so I have to pick them up. And then there's nowhere to throw them, so I sometimes have to carry them around a bit. But now there's a bin there that she's put there, but the bench is a bit knackered. Yeah, maybe I need to just do the council should be on it. I need to contact the council, don't I? Have you seen Lucy's done this for the bench? I want to reward her by replacing the entire bench and putting a proper bin there. How about that? In loving memory of Lucy. She's not dead. She's just done a nice thing. Eddie says Ron Rogers' wife got a call from Penny to tie the dog up. Penny said she did. Susan, the wife of the dog walker who Penny had called to ask for help, is next to give evidence. She actually gives evidence. Her husband Roger was out walking the couple's dog Jet, who sadly is dead. Sue said she called her husband at 10:12. Ron said his wife got a call from Penny to tie the dog up. We listened to him earlier in the episode as well already once. I'm not going back to listen to him again because can't be arsed. But she said Roger said there's a phone on the bench. She didn't there. She's saying Roger said there's a phone on the bench. I don't know how to work it. Sue then quickly walked to the riverbank. She lives nearby. Where Roger was. He wasn't by the riverbank. Unless she's gone back, he walked further up and then he called his wife and then he walked back, I suppose. So by the time he got back, he said his wife was already there. This doesn't tie up with what Ron said, does it? This is why I said I maybe shouldn't do this because it's too much detail that I'm going to get into again. Ron, what's his name? Nicola Bulley. How frustrating that everyone always calls it Nicola Bulley and she's actually Nikki. No, it's a minor, really, isn't it? It's a minor. I was talking about minors yesterday. Way, and not the ones that go underground. Way, except maybe they do after they've been down at the Cornish bolt hole. Right, Nicola Bulley here. Ron.
It has been like that. So you actually saw the first.
Still, wasn't I the first person to point out the phantom pooper as well? I think I was the first person to point that out. I'm first.
Is that right? Yeah. You saw the phone that Friday morning.
Sorry, I'm messing now.
Yeah, and that was around, was it after 9:30?
I gave a full statement to the police with the exact time because my wife's telephone call had the time on it, so but I've given a full statement.
Was it just on the bench, or?
Pardon?
Was it just on the bench?
The phone?
Yeah.
How's
the last 3 weeks been?
Happier.
Brett sent tippies. Can we end with some of Alan's greatest hits? Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
We fucking can't for 2 reasons. One, he's not supposed to be on my main channel. Because his shit got serious, that crept on. You know, when you're going to accuse me of safety of children violations, that can creep on. Talking of creeping on, Alan will be creeping on. If you want to know about his recent performance, if you want to know about what's been going on, then you want to go over to Battery Exhausted. But I'm not going to... I appreciate and thank you for the tippies, but I'm not going to do it to us tonight. It's too serious what we're doing tonight with Nicola Bullis, but on the channels, the reason I do it on the B-side is because some people don't like it. So the reason I do it on the B-side is to keep it in its place, Battery Exhausted. Thankfully, that video has not been taken down by YouTube because I have not been violating children's protection. In fact, quite the opposite. And that's his greatest hit now. And also, if you wanted to see the full version of children singing Alan with Alan Vinicum, then you can go to Sentries there. I'll pop that in the... oh, careful. I'll pop that in the description for people to find. And of course, why did Sky get his name wrong? Yeah, why did Sky get his name wrong? We'll go back to Ronis.
Each day something new comes out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But,
and in terms of, you know, when you saw phone, lead and Willow, who you knew who Nicola was.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you knew Willow. That was it, wasn't it? You knew you knew Willow.
I knew I'd seen both the owners of Willow walking this dog in the past, but whilst I knew them by face, like I
did he ever give his name?
I didn't know the name.
Yeah. But you, I remember you actually telling me when you saw the phone that the lead and Willow, you were like, okay, I'm going to keep an eye on it because something doesn't feel right.
I thought somebody had gone to the toilet in the. You know, that would have been my first. I got to about this red brick building here, and I thought this is not right. And then there was conversation, but my wife was trying to ring me. I was trying to ring her.
My wife was trying to ring me. I was trying to ring her, and we've got. Sue said she called her husband at 10:12, and she said Roger said there's a phone on the bench. So this is all fucked up. Didn't he just say he was there a lot earlier?
After 9:30.
I gave a full statement to the police with the exact time because my wife's telephone call had the time on it.
Okay, so Roger didn't say he was there earlier. This man said he was there at 9:30, and he didn't say he was there at 9:30. I was worried about that because that would be a big problem.
But I've given a full statement.
Is it just on the bench, or?
Something doesn't feel right.
I thought somebody had gone to the toilet in the. You know, that would have been my first. I got to about.
I mean, I'm also quite accepting that Ron could just be making a mistake here. It's all been quite confusing for him. He's not really interested in talking on the news. He's given a full statement to the police where he's racked his brains and tried to give every piece of information. And now you're asking him on the fly, you know, on the news. I don't think this counts as his statement for the court. You know, this is just him giving some information as much as he feels he needs so he can get away and walk off.
This red brick building here, and I.
Some people are eggy tonight, are they, Marv? We've had, I mean, AD's people will be quite eggy, I'll tell you that. But otherwise, we've had quite a good couple of days, and it's really gone strong for me today. I was really not into streaming this today. I've told everyone at the start of the episode, I've spoken about it, but it's all turned out really, really well. Like, I think it's gone. I'm just so, like I said, grateful to everyone that it's gone this well. I can't quite explain what I mean, maybe, but
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Thank you.
And then whoosh!
Donna Brotherton sent tippies. I'm so passionate about this as you Scott X, you're an angel. You're here for a reason. Please keep doing what you're doing. You're a genuine, authentic guy, transparent, and live with your heart XXX.
That's it, yeah, thanks.
Super Chuffer owes 20 hugs.
I mean, in a way, I apologise for not coming on earlier and saying, look, I don't feel good about this, but here we are. But I needed to just, like, walk the dog and... like, the other day, my neighbours lost... They didn't lose their dog died. It got to the end of its life. They had to go on that last walk with it. And, you know, I bought them a card, and me and my mum, you know, sent them a card to talk to them on the drive. But, you know, when you give your dog an extra hug that night, you know, you give your dog... Dover and Dolly's mum said it in chat as well. They gave Dover an extra hug. Like, with this Nicola Bulley thing this morning, because it's so real. Like, before we've been talking about it, we've been having ideas, we're on the internet, we're, like, you know, cracking the case. I'm saying that ironically, I shouldn't bother saying that. You know, but it's so real when you see it on the day of the inquest. It's almost like the day of your exams, or like I said, like, it reminded me of maybe the day that I had to take my own dog to his last walk. You know, it's like a massed in the... It's a statement day. I don't know what the word is. Thank you very much, SB56. My coverage was one of the best you've seen today. Thank you. £2 super chat. Thank you. I'm just trying to do what I need to do in my heart, really. Thingamy says, wow, I didn't realise the comment about AD's daughter. I didn't say anything about AD's daughter privately behind the scenes. I made a flippant remark directly to her in camera because someone was saying she was in the chat. So if she was in the chat talking to me, then I was reacting back to it. I didn't come on stream and start saying anything about Anna's daughter. So let's not get anything twisted. It's all there on the, you can see everything live that I've said, so you can make up your own minds about that. But yeah, so this felt like a really cold light of day moment. And so and I'll be honest, I didn't want to get out of bed. I felt unhappy about it. I was looking at my phone and thinking I've got to switch on my computer now and sit down and start ranting about this, when really I feel like I would rather be quietly at the back of the church, out in the woods. I needed to take a walk with the dog, like I said, but I'm really grateful and glad that when I've come back to do this, people have understood that I didn't, I'm not Sky News, am I? I don't need to be there on the scene with my microphone outside the courthouse. I don't think you expect of me that I would relay all the facts as quick as possible. It's not a race to the bottom in terms of sacrificing my ethics and my feelings in service of being the first one on the internet that gets everyone watching. It's not that. So I handled this the way I needed to, and I'm grateful that you've all understood, and the way that you see it is to understand that. It's a very serious, sad thing that's happened, and we're coming towards the end of a long process. And for a lot of us, it's not going to be the end. We're going to have to talk about it further. But for some others, as Eddie said in chat, the family have got to move on. Eddie's saying there's a cover-up. I worry about using the same language as that other chuffer, because I'll say it outright. Armchair Detective is going to now solicit the attention of the conspiracy theorists, because for whatever, I'm not going to go over it over and over, but he is. He's had someone on his show yesterday that talked about psyops, who said that the 7/7 bombings in London were fake, or a psyop, or I just, it's disrespectful. But I agree that in principle, the people who are conducting this inquest seem less concerned with. They said it was a fact-finding inquest, and they've thrown up more questions than they've answered. And the only thing they've really been clear about is that they think that it's not worth us investigating any further because there was no third party. It doesn't matter whether she fell in, she jumped in, she slipped in. There was no third party, so you can all shut up and go home. That's really what comes out of this most so far today. But for me, it's not. That's what I hear from them. Here's all some information and facts, right? But they're not facts because they're throwing up more information and facts that you need to ask. But she definitely fell in, right? So shut up. You don't need to know who the man in black was, really, do you? It doesn't matter if her Fitbit was supposed to be moving and it wasn't, but we're saying she had a heartbeat and it went down the river for all these meters, but it didn't show any movement and it had a heartbeat and she was dead. It doesn't matter. There was no third party. So I find it difficult as well. I also find it difficult to countenance the idea that the multiple agencies that we have that are designed to hold the others to account. I mean, this process is supposed to hold the police to account. It's an independent inquiry. The coroner is not working on behalf of the police. So they don't need to support the police and cover up their mistakes for any reason. Right, that's where you could say Masons, right? When people say about Masons, that's where I could say, right, in the top ends of a Masons society, you've got the coroner's bumped into the head of police and they've, had a little chat behind the scenes, and, you're not going to screw my department over, are you? Because we're very big friends and, I've got 10 grand here I can put in your pocket. That shit could go on. I don't think the coroner's come to them and said, I'm a big Mason, I'm going to need you to say this and I'm going to need you to say this. I don't think that's happened. But you know what I mean? I would consider that in the background somewhere higher up, the conversations can be had. But I would also hope that the point of being a coroner, the point of being in the police, the point of being even the commissioner, who I do not want to talk about in the same breath as these fine people that serve the public, but the point of being in these positions of public office is to hold these different agencies to account and get the best. And if we can't accept that that's happening, if we can see it's not happening, we've got a real problem in our society. And I don't want to get political because I've said already today, but we've had 10 years of a particular brand of politics, and if we can't trust our public services, if you can't trust that on the NHS you can be seen by the best quality people at the best possible time, what are we doing it for? What are we doing it for, So I would hope that this would be good. And if it turns out to be a disappointment, then not only does it raise further questions of Nicola Bulley, the case, which it obviously has done, but it raises a further and more important question about how justice is served in our country and how much trust in the public services we can have. And that's not me saying the police aren't doing a good job. That's me saying that if it was your sister or your wife or your mother or your daughter or your brother or your friend of non-specific gender or denomination, your friend, I won't go through all the different, what I was going to do then was go through all the different ethnicities and minority groups and label them all, but I won't. I was going to do it as a joke, but like, if it was your friend, you would expect better. Okay, you'd expect better. Is he losing it, is he? Is he losing it? I will have a little look into it. You know, maybe we'll do it on the B-side later, but really I can't I've done my thing with that arsehole. Yeah, I've done my thing. If anyone who's listening to this later who hasn't seen the chat, like, you know, pop on AD stream. Like, I've done my thing. I've said my pieces. I don't need to. I've got no energy, anger, and vitriol for throwing any egg at this juncture. It's like I know the time and place. You know, I imagine he is quite unhappy at this moment. Yes, he's going to be more unhappy in the future because worse is going to happen at his end. He's saying, I'll be arrested, I will not be arrested. How about that, Dylan? And I don't care if I get arrested, because when I get... If he would be naive enough to send the police to me, then I've got so much more stuff that has not been seen on the internet because I can't publish it. But I can tell it to the police. You know, I would be surprised if Alan would to do that. It's a strange bluff, because I'm holding the cards. If he wants to go all in Vin, we can go all in. I'll take all his chips. Thank you very much. It just seems like a strange bluff. So I won't be worried about that myself. The police force in my local area, I've got good links with over the years. I used to run a business in the centre of town, and I've been not on the political sphere, but when there's been questions about public disorder in town or conversations about stuff like that, you know, I've been familiar to my local MP. I'm not just some random chuffer on the internet. Oh, he's threatening. Yeah, he'll threaten me. I don't care. Do you want to dox me? Dox me. Do you want me to tell you my address right now on the internet? I'm not going to, because it would be foolish. But if it came out, that's where I live. What are you going to do? So what? He doesn't know all my information. And a lot of my personal information is publicly out there because I used to run a business in my hometown. So, like, the fact that he's threatening to do that means that he's done all that research behind the scenes to try and find out my information, which is creepy and weird, isn't it? Because that's not what I'm threatening about him. What I'm threatening with him is to reveal the actions and behaviours that he's been taking. Why are you all putting ones in chat? It's all right. Why are you doing it? What do the ones mean? And I don't really want to finish my episode talking about that arsehole anymore anyway. You know. Order me one chicken nugget. All the chicken I can eat. Do you know what's interesting about tonight that I really feel strongly about as well? I kind of want to say this. Is that I feel strongly that as a content creator, we talk about different things, that you're here, and anyone that's here towards the end of the episode now that I've said, you know, we're finishing, I'm not talking about Nicola Bulley anymore, rah, rah, rah. You're here because as a person, like me and you have some sort of connection, yeah? It's that simple, isn't it? Like, some of you might not like me at all, but just want to hear what I'm saying about Nicola Bullis. Maybe that. I don't think that. I think on the internet, between us, right, between you and me, there's some sort of connection. I'm not saying I'm going to come around your house and we're going to get married. I'm saying there's some sort of, like, we'd get on. Yeah? If we were in the pub, I could buy you a drink, we could sit at a table and have a chat. I don't drink alcohol myself. You know, if we're walking the dogs at the park, I'd stop and chat to you. Yeah? I used to be a hairdresser. So it sounds ridiculous to suggest that being a hairdresser is important here, but I've seen a lot of people over the course of my life. We sit together, I make them feel comfortable, and I need to, because I'm going to be cutting their hair, and then I learn about them and their lives, and we become friends. And that's what being part of a community is. So that's why we're going forward together. And I won't always be talking about Nicola Bulley, but I don't always need to, because we've got a bit of a connection, and it doesn't matter whether we bring up if we do a Trivial Pursuit night on my stream, I know it's not going to be as busy as this, but we used to do a thing called Words on Stream, interactive games for charity. You know, I could bring that back, and a load of you turn up and we'd have fun, because we have a good time, we have a connection. When I do the body language and stuff like that, we dig into that. What I'm realising is I thought I was a variety streamer because I was going to cover a variety of topics, and that is still the case. Yeah, but really, I think I'm a variety streamer because we can experience a variety of emotions together, and I don't have to pretend I'm something I'm not. So sometimes I'll be really buoyant and happy, and we'll have a right laugh. I try and keep that on the B-side channel when I'm going over the top. But, you know, we can have a right laugh. Other times things get serious. Sometimes I'll be upset. Sometimes I'll share a tear with you, you know. But that's variety. We're variety people. We feel different things at different times. And we've got this connection. So it doesn't matter whether I'm here being serious or whether it's an exciting laugh about something different. I'm reminded about this Priceless Lessons with Paul Gascoigne, and on the B-side as well, for all the laughing that we do. I'm battery exhausted, and we do laugh at that chuffer a lot, don't we? But for all the laughing and the looking at the nutters, we look at the nutters. We also did a special episode, Mental Health Worries. Like, we can talk about these different things, and it's still me, and you're still you, and that's what it's like, isn't it? It's about, yeah, Donna, you're right, it's about being human. It's about being real and being people together. So, Eddie said they'd like to chat soon. Yeah, exactly. Let's sort that out. My email address, and then what we do is troopin all at outlook.com. I'm really bad for communicating. I talk on the internet, but I'm bad for communication backstage because I'm like, it's not that I'm too busy, but like, you know, I've got Twitter, I've got Outlook, I've got Discord, I've got YouTube comments. There's a lot, you know, Eddie, there's a lot of different ways information is coming at me, and sometimes I just don't even open the email in the day. Sometimes I just don't even read the Twitter messages because I can't do all the things. But Thus is postponed today. Yeah, this is today's episode. We're not doing Thus today. Yeah, true. So send me an email, and what we'll do is, I don't like to talk on the phone and give out my phone number on the internet, but we use this program that we use for the live streaming with guests. So I'll send you a link, and we'll like set a time, and we'll say we're going to have a meet up at this time. So then we talk. It'll be off. I'm not going to live stream it. You know, it'll just be between you and me, and we'll discuss if you want to come on the show. We'll have a little chat. You know, we'll see that the system works, and then if you want to come on the show, you can come on the show. Also, that gives you the facility, that program that I'll send you a link to it. It gives you the facility to choose whether your camera is on or not. So never feel that you have to put your camera on and I'm going to expose anything or anything like that. It's just a free, it's like Skype, you know, it's like Zoom, so that we can talk. And then if you need to talk to me quick, you can send me a message or an email, and, you know, or in the Discord, you know. Yeah. So we're good. We're good. I see there's a few of you in chat now. I see what's happening now is that obviously what's been told is that Alan has had a row on his channel, and because of that, some people have come over here to start trolling. So don't worry. I've got to watch AD do it for the fans. Give me a break. It's midnight, right? I'll look at what he's doing, and if I feel like doing it live tomorrow, I'll do it live tomorrow. More likely, I think it's disrespectful and not in the right time and place for me to turn my attention and vibe that way. I've said what I need to say. I've said what you need to hear. Yeah? YouTube have approved it. Let him soak in that for a bit, and then what we'll do is I'll cover Nicola Bulley tomorrow again. You'll know where to come, and the following process throughout the rest of the week, at some point I'll feel like having a laugh on the B-side. You know, give that a couple of days to settle, and then we'll go and review his response. If it's too much, if I can't keep it in under my hat, if I watch it because I'm going to get some food, I'm going to play my game, you know, my Genshin Impact game, chill out. And then, Eddie, yeah, I posted it in chat. Hang on, I posted it in chat, didn't I? This is my bin. I've got like lots of emails. truebinoral at outlook.com. This is like my public, you know, I've had it for a long time. Since I've been doing ASMR. It's in chat there, truebinaural at outlook.com. Once you've sent me a message on that, then I'll have your email and we can talk. It saves you having to put yours in chat, you know what I mean? So like, that's a public email that I put out there. So it won't get you into my Netflix account, but it's for us to talk back. Like once you've given me that, then we'll arrange a day and a time, because I understand you're in New Zealand as well, aren't you? So I hope I'm not doxing you there by mistake. I think you said it on one of your videos. So I understand that we need to set up a good time for both of us where we can have a chat, basically. And then if you want to come on the show, I'd love to have you on the show. So it'd be good to set that up and have a bit of a pre-interview that we know that the mics work and we're going to talk about this and that, and then maybe leave those conversations for the show would be the way we'd do it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to that. Of course, thanks. Yeah, you'll send me an email. Brilliant. And thanks for doing that. And expect of me that I'm not going to reply to you tonight, and I'm not going to be on it tomorrow. We've all both got lots of Nicola Bulley stuff to do this week. I put things on a pin board. I'll probably reply to say, hi, glad to receive the email. Let's set up a time and date when, we'll probably line it up rather than do it tomorrow afternoon, because there's a lot to do tomorrow afternoon, obviously. And my plan for the week is to do Nicola Bulley content on this main channel. And when I feel like it, throw some vibes at the B-side. I will go and peruse what he's doing. You lot, you chuffers, I bet you'll look at it as well, won't you? Which are giving the numbers. So I don't encourage you to do that. I encourage you to leave. Don't touch the shit. Don't start touching the shit, but I will have to have a look at it. Sarah, yeah, I'd love to do a stream with Eddie. He'd be an ideal guest for us. We could talk about everything from, I don't want people to feel they have to dox themselves or reveal their personal information, but I could open up any line of conversation with Eddie, and I would be confident that we'd have an interesting and meaningful discussion. So I'd like to know a little bit about what it's like to live over the other side of the world even. We could talk about anything, but I'm sure people would like to know about the Nicola Bulley's case, and we could go from the start. We could talk. It would be more about Eddie's voice than mine, wouldn't it? Because I'd be having him as a guest. So yeah, you could have your questions. Finally, before we sign off, I just need to check that we've got nothing else on the speak pipe. We've got more on the speak pipe. You nutters. We've got one more. Okay, I thought there was loads then. Thank God. There's one more. We'll finish with Jessie Cat.
Love you, Scott. With you all the way. I really don't think I've disagreed with anything you said. Truly. Everything you're doing is meaningful. Every single piece of content. Big up the Mimps. Keep it real, Scott.
Thank you. Kind of sums it up, doesn't it? Kind of sums it up. Big up the Mimp Squad. Be real, and I'll see you all tomorrow, I'm sure. I want to say don't have nightmares. We haven't got anything special here to make you feel. I hope I've done enough. I want you to feel hopeful for the future, not pushed down by the sadness. We all got a good night's sleep, and then he can say what he likes, flirty girl. He can say what he likes. The truth is out there. The truth is out there. Yeah, you be good. And, actually, I'll say this to finish. I always say you can't be good, you're naughty. But I'll say this, right? When I was a kid, one of my aunties died. And I think to help me contextualise it, my mum gave me a card. And it was a prayer card. It was laminated. This little prayer card that I used to read before I went to sleep. And it was like I've got a guardian angel. Like I had a guardian angel. And I wish that for all of you. I'm not giving you a card. I just not everyone believes in God, and I certainly would critique a strong organised religion that tells you what to do. But I'm just wishing blessings for you. I wish for you a guardian angel to help you sleep. So you be good, my little puckos. And if you can't be good, you're naughty.